Greetings and salutations, chat. How are we all today? Both V and Dev are late today, so we'll get started a little bit without them, and I'm sure the fat Canadian and our resident thief will show up eventually. At least so is the hope. We shall see also if today's stream is randomly and suddenly interrupted as well, as the computer is yet again doing its usual little thing where it randomly blue screens for no goddamn reason. I swear to God, Windows 11 has been nothing but the biggest pain in my ass so far. It's like it runs fine for weeks at a time, and then it's like I've elected to just start crashing randomly like 2 or 3 times a day now. Windows 11. Piece of shit. Piece of actual genuine shit. Let us see then. We do have a couple of happenstances that occurred this week, but first and foremost, as a little bit of a side point, I am kind of enjoying what's currently happening around the whole, the cultural part of our little Hamas-Israel conflict going on here. As this was a... I don't know how... okay, I must admit, I am somewhat confused as to where exactly we are supposed to be on this point now. Because, look at this tweet, right? She already helped make Zionist propaganda. It's called Wonder Woman 1984. Are we unironically using the term Zionist propaganda again? Is that normal now by left-wing standards? Yeah, more and more, I swear to God, that V's original horseshoe theorem is proven correct every single day, isn't it? Man, unironically, with a lot of people getting thrown under the bus here, or for the left-wing perspective, I imagine we're actually going to see a resurgence of ye old "you shouldn't cancel people for political statements" sentiment. You know, the thing that they completely and utterly abandoned a few years ago when a certain group was in political power. I don't know why. I think we're going to be seeing a return to those days. Like, you can't just, pursue your political opponents like that. How will democracy survive? Oh, I don't know. I keep being told that democracy under dire threat, so who even knows? God damn it. I hope I live long enough to watch, the historians begin digging into this era and wondering what the hell actually was going on with any of this. I wonder what the analysis will be, what they'll attribute this to. And that will actually genuinely be rather interesting, as I'm 50-50 on whether or not they will attribute it to Gamergate somehow, or whether they'll lay the blame squarely where it belongs.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Let's see. Quatters63 has become a member. Thank you very much, sir. Marksman 117B goes through the donations first, whilst we wait for Deb to finish the eating hour. Hold on. Let me actually just yell at him. Fatso. There we go. Marksman117B says, "This is so starting the funding for Arch to play the Alex Jones game. Foxgill streamed and was not yeeted, so Archley should be fine. Fight the NWO. The Alex Jones game. I did see that. I thought it was a joke, honestly. It still kind of looked like a joke. Ah, okay. There we go. Huh. News anchor and living meme Alex Jones has revealed his very first video game, NWO Wars. And it's available now. Windows PC, iOS, and Android. Why? Is this actually something he made? I thought this was like a Newgrounds style rip-off game that somebody had popped up in Flash or something. This is actually an official product, is it? If it was the Alex Jones eyes and see the war he fights. Okay. That does sound like a rather big meme game, if nothing else. Jesus. The world, every day, the world drifts further from God. Sujad says, I'll put a tenner into the kitty for the Alex Jones game. Oh, God help me. Malifkus Shai Khan. Ah, yes, the Darkspeak thing. One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. I'm half... No, I'm not actually embarrassed that I didn't recognize that because of the Lord of the Rings. It's a silly universe. We don't like you to Lord of the Rings very much. We prefer Warhammer here in this channel. Lucian could be the wank sites you go to. I doubt it. I'm pretty sure it's Windows 11. To be fair, Windows 11 is a larger virus than the vast majority of porn sites these days. And Kilo 10 has been a member for 4 months. Thank you very much.
My apologies. I got carried away. I didn't see the time.
Carried away.
Are we live?
Yes, we are.
I see. Apologize, chat. I didn't mean to.
He says, as someone who lives in the Middle East, I can say this whole situation is totally FUBAR. I take it. I sent you the tweet, didn't I?
Which one?
The Gal Gadot is making Zionist propaganda.
No, I don't think I did see it. Let me check. Where did you send it?
I sent it to your Discord. There you go. It's right there, you old blind bat.
Is it on? Oh, okay. All right. The thing with Gal Gadot is that like she was open about the fact that she's Jewish and she does spread propaganda. But it's not surprising. Jewish actress makes Jewish propaganda. Where is the shock?
What I find enjoyable is the fact that we're apparently using the term Zionist propaganda openly now.
Isn't like Zionism the official policy of Israel? Like, don't they call it like that? I may be wrong. Like I need a fact check. But is it that officially called Zionism? Like the policy of Israel?
Well, the old school idea was to establish the nation of Israel. That was the idea of Zionism back in the day.
Yeah.
But these days, when somebody especially points out Zionist propaganda, that tends to be coming from someone with a little bit more of a right-leaning political perspective.
Or Islamic leaning. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess it's a play on definitions.
It kind of is.
But she didn't call it Zionist propaganda, right? Like that's the people with the Palestinian flag interpreting it.
Yes.
Right.
I mean, obviously, the people who make the propaganda that are pro their side are not going to go like, this is propaganda. And to be fair, according to this, organizing the screening of a 47-minute video provided by the Israel military. I do believe this would probably fit the description of propaganda, yes?
Yeah. Like if the U.S. military would provide a video for Twitch to run, it would be considered U.S. propaganda. Actually, even more than that, the United States military, I think, made a video game at one point. It was incredibly cringe, and it was called government propaganda.
Ah, well.
Yeah.
At least they're open about it, I guess.
I mean, you can't really hide it at that point. If like the military of a government makes something, it's not going to be viewed as just entertainment. It's going to be viewed as propaganda.
I don't know about that. And there was a series of propaganda movies from World War II explaining how in Britain, they... I don't know if you've seen this, but there were a series of propaganda movies trying to introduce American soldiers to how people lived in Britain and behaved in Britain. And there was one part where they were talking about how black people were viewed as just normal in Britain. Like it was entirely socially acceptable for them to ride the trains and stuff.
Yeah, but like as you said, it's propaganda.
That was funny though. That was a rather funny movie. It's like, don't be
Yeah.
surprised if the kindly British lady treats the black person just like any other human being. It's like, oh, well, that is weird. Oh
No, it
god.
is. Yeah, no, I remember those videos. I think they're still on YouTube. You
They
can see
are.
them.
They are fucking
Yeah.
hilarious. See, I repeat my argument, V. Racism is funny, goddammit. Nobody
The
seems to
most
get
funny
this.
thing was when character AI allowed racism. I created racist Goku, and whenever he powered up, instead of like getting more martial arts prowess, he would become more racist.
Oh.
And it was like the most funny bot that I have ever made.
Again, see? It's funny. But now we're back at this point. Ah, boy.
Do you know what he did? He
What?
started calling himself Goku with triple K.
Ooh.
And I was said, you can't be racist, Goku, because you're black. And he was like, you fool, watch this. And he went Super Saiyan, and even his hair turned white. And he had like a swastika on his forehead. The AI
guarantees
came up with this shit.
citizenship.
It was really hilarious.
See, I genuinely. What was the Oh god, what was the skit?
And do you know what his ultimate attack was?
What?
Summon Hitler, and Hitler used his ultimate ability, the final solution. I'm not kidding. Like this is the AI coming up with these concepts.
Well, of course, because the AI doesn't really have any rules against this in its little AI brain.
Well, it didn't used to. Now it does.
Now it
you
does.
can't have that. Yeah, now
Well-
you can't do any of that funny stuff. Oh, and
Oh, look, the
apparently
eating
one-
hour is over.
Hold on.
Another-
V, that also sounds like something out of Persona, because the Persona games have Hitler as a character.
Oh, but
Yeah.
anyway, like as I was saying, the most powerful ability besides the one with Hitler was to use the spirit bomb, which instead of doing damage, it would deport any minority that it touched back to its original country.
Yeah, but that's not racism. That's literally the position of the far right at this point. The nation for everyone. Everyone has their ethno-state.
Okay, Arch, I DM'd you the raid, but also pull this wiki article up.
Oh, what, the Elon Musk article?
No. Oh, I should probably put it in the link chat actually. Okay, right. I forgot about the link chat. Okay. Yeah, Adolf Hitler is the final
Service
boss
guarantees
of Persona 2.
citizenship.
Well,
And I mean, he's evil.
that's true.
He uses the spear of Longinus as his weapon in combat. I mean,
Do you know that Hitler appeared in an episode of Captain Planet?
oh, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, and basically Captain Planet was weakened in Hitler's presence because it's like, oh, so much evil, it's corrupting the heart. So much hatred.
See,
Damn.
here's the thing. Like, go back to the '90s, and we all like unequivocally understood that Hitler was evil, but also that he was kind of a buffoon. Like, he was an idiot. His ideas had been so routinely discredited that we could turn him into a Saturday morning cartoon villain.
No,
Right.
Dev, that's not what happened. No.
That's absolutely what happened. At least
That's
here in the
not what
West.
happened. It was in Time magazine, Dev. He was considered to be man of the year. Before World War II, there were politicians in the US that said, we wish we had a man like Hitler.
No, I know what you mean, but we're talking in the '90s, okay? But what happened?
Yeah, I mean, like, pop culture, you can do, yeah, okay. I mean, Christopher Columbus is considered a good person in pop culture, so I guess you can spin anything anyway.
Well, I mean, of course he's a good person, obviously. Even outside of pop
No.
culture, he was pretty based.
Have you read what he did?
Listen, V, the human sacrifices will stop.
No, that's not.
I know what you mean. I'm joking around. I'm joking around.
Like he fucked it out so much that even when he went back in Spain during his timeline, he was in prison. Like no.
No, I know what you mean. I'm just joking around. The point that I want to make though is that when it comes to Hitler in the '90s, he was so discredited that we could actually joke about him and it was fine. He could be the over the top villain of a Japanese video game. He could make an appearance in Captain Planet. Nowadays, you have some people who think that he is so evil you can't even discuss him. You can't even look upon his picture else you'll be tainted. And then you ironically have some people who are saying like maybe Hitler was right, guys. Like things have gotten pretty fucked up compared to when I was a kid.
Well,
I
again,
think it's
we could joke about this stuff before. Like the Comedy Central ran skits with the most racist black man, the blind black man who thought he was white. Who was
Dave
that?
Chappelle is, yeah.
Clayton
Dave Chappelle is.
Bigsby. Who?
Mm-hmm.
Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle. Like,
yeah.
we understood that this was meant for mocking then. Now we have Zionist propaganda Wonder Woman.
No, I know what's no. I can explain what happened, right? So, when the apocalypse took place, a lot of social media companies, YouTube as well, they started panicking, right? So they wanted to crack down on extremist content, but like they didn't have AI back then. They didn't have like ways to know. So if you mentioned Hitler or you showed the swastika, even if it was like in a historical context, like a documentary or criticizing it, you would get your video flagged. So it kind of programmed the public that even talking about these things is a big no-no.
No, I think you're describing the symptoms, not the disease. Because what actually caused this was the political shift. Away from being able to make fun of this. You could no longer address this in a joking manner. It had to be very serious. Everything had to be very serious. And any mention of it then became very serious. And you couldn't talk about it. You couldn't investigate it. You couldn't look at it. You couldn't even laugh at it. Because merely acknowledging that it existed was somehow corrosive and harmful. And of course, that had nothing to do with how it actually worked, but it had everything to do with the fact that this gave power to the people who said it was bad. Because, well, if you imbue people with the ability to determine things, morality, to the point of banning them from everything, that person now has essentially ultimate authority.
I do gotta say, J.K. Rowling did a really great analysis with the Voldemort thing, where you can't mention the name, and Harry Potter says, but it's like that's what gives him power because people are afraid to mention the name.
Well, in many ways, Harry Potter was actually a bit ahead of its time there, because that was intended in a 1984 Orwellian style, right? To be something retarded and absurd at the time. Like, what do you mean you can't mention his name? What the fuck? You dumb?
Yeah, like when I saw it, I didn't get it. It's like, but then you go on and it's like, oh, you can't say Tommy Robinson. You can't say Hitler. You can't say this. You can't say that.
Yep.
And it's like, Jesus,
I
guess,
have had Reddits ban mentioning my name. Like, we have entered the age of he who cannot be named. It has reduced this once really cool like plotline, like he's so scary, to, oh yeah, that's half of the YouTubers around these days.
Yeah.
I mean, believe it or not, you go to like Hassan's chat, and you can't mention Sargon's name. You can't mention Destiny's name of all fucking people.
Really?
Like
You can't.
you can't. They some names in some streams the names are actually auto bleeped out, but in Hassan's chat you get like permabanned instantly by a bot if you mention names like this. And it's like, what the fuck, guys?
Well, I kind of get it in a way, sort of. Like, if you don't want the chat to be derailed, YouTubers have this. VTubers have this. It's like, do not mention other VTubers unless I bring them up. So it can be like, because otherwise, like, every single chat starts derailing into something that you don't want to talk about, I suppose.
Yeah. There's like two. It's like a double-edged sword, right? Because on the one hand, it feels like you're oppressing your own chat, and your chat feels like they're being oppressed. Like, why can't I mention somebody else? Like, are you that insecure? On the other hand, you don't want it to be the case where like somebody shows up, says somebody else is streaming, and everyone should leave and go follow them. Like, you don't want that in your own chat either, right? There's obviously a middle ground here.
There is, but this is far more motivated by fear, I think. Because at the end of the day, what you're doing is... Oh, God, see, this was the thing, right? Back in the day, again, the good old days, it felt like everybody just did this. This wasn't a problem. Like, Sargon would bring people on his channel, like, hey, would you want to make a video? I'm on vacation, show yourself. Everybody hung out with each other. It was like, hey, this guy's pretty cool. This was the norm. I made a little series, which was called Community Spotlight, because I was like, well, doing YouTube is fun. I should help other people do YouTube. This entire line of thinking is just dead now. It's prehistoric. It's
Service guarantees
get your own.
Yep. Basically, people only want to do like crossovers if they know they can get clout or something. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not dead everywhere, but it's dead in a lot of like the bigger places.
It's like there are holdouts, as you mentioned, but it's viewed as dangerous now. Like it's something you should probably avoid.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know what you mean. I mean,
Heresy's the question.
oh man,
Fire is the
I'm
answer.
pretty sure that this happened to all three of us at least once, where we've spoken to somebody who, let's say, is apolitical or doesn't talk about politics, or is not in the same political realm, and then
I have lost.
after the crossover, they get like pilloried by their own community, or someone drops like a document on them saying how terrible it is they associated with Arch or with Sargon or with whoever, right? There's it's almost like people in general are way they're way they're they've got a more itchy trigger finger nowadays than they used to.
Yeah, it again. We unironically we keep thinking about this. It's difficult to like put into words, but we genuinely had a much better, open and freer and just nicer society before. We genuinely did. It's not even nostalgia. Like we actually were better people before. Oh, depressing.
I mean, the whole ideology is actually meant to divide.
Yes.
It's so fascinating that it's what Orwell said, that the words actually are different. It's like diversity. There is no diversity. Everyone has to think the same. Inclusivity. There is no inclusivity. You're creating division. Equity. There is no equity. You want the people in power to have more, and the people who are poor to be poorer. I mean, look at what's happening in the United States. Yeah, look at what's happening in the United States. You have like that guy, I don't know his name, Michael Rappaport, right? And he was like a complete deranged anti-Trumper. And even he right now is like, well, crime rate is up. The economy is shit. Maybe I should vote for Donald Trump.
Yes, there was left-wing comedian Michael Rappaport says voting for Trump is on the table if anti-Semitism not addressed in the US. Right, so okay, so Trump is now the champion of dealing with anti-Semitism. Wasn't he a Nazi a year ago?
Yeah.
That is never going to be
dumb.
a circle that they square. All right,
Nope.
The fact that they are now outright saying stuff that the Nazis did say, but they called everyone a Nazi for the longest time.
Thing is, it's not even Biden's fault that anti-Semitism is there. It's just like the woke ideology. It's something that Elon Musk articulated, and it got the ADL to spurg out, which is basically that most of the, like, okay, you go on TikTok and the Osama letter was fucking trending.
Oh,
and everyone
God,
is Pikachu
yes.
face,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And I cocould predict that the moment that Hassan Piker, I need to use hard R because that's how he uttered the word cracker. Hassan Piker got banned from Twitch because he said that America deserves 9/11, right? Like, this is not something new. This has always been part of the culture of young leftists, which was taught not only in academia, but on websites like ADL, which says it's okay to be white is a racist slogan. They say that racism is power plus privilege, so you can't be racist against white people on their fucking website, right? So now they're going Pikachu face when Elon Musk is saying, yeah, like there were communities and there were Jewish people that were encouraging this type of thing, which got normalized. So most white people are used to be lectured about white privilege. They're used to be lectured about white guilt and how white countries are evil and they're systemically racist. And now that the same rhetoric is being used to a subsection of white people, which are Jewish, other people are like, well, isn't this normal? Like, aren't you used to this? I mean, reparations are being demanded by white people on a daily basis on the Young Turks.
It's actually just the fact that people have gotten a lot dumber over this. Because, okay, since we've already deviated completely from any original topics here,
I have lost.
let's address the letter to America thing for a second, because this is so dumb. So this became a trend like this week. where people on TikTok started making videos reacting to Osama bin Laden's letter to America. So that was what he published after the 9/11 attacks. And the issue is that what is written in it is definitely very appealing to a leftist perspective, because he presents himself as the victim, of course. Like, I'm not attacking you, you're attacking me. You've been attacking me for ages. I'm the victim here. I'm just striking back. I'm the oppressed resistance, etc. And since the modern day left have no understanding of politics, or reality for that matter, they simply look at that and go like, well, he's calling himself the resistance. That's good, right? America bad, right? I mean, the dude's right? It's like, no.
Well, there is one other thing to it, though. It's that he presents it within the frame of colonization, with the Middle East having been under the thumb of the United States, and this is him throwing off the shackles of the oppressor.
Yes, he is the resistance.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right here. I'll post this tweet to you. This was sent to me because I posted a tweet that, you know, it didn't really take off, but it got a little bit of traction. And I said, on a recent stream, Destiny said offhandedly that if 9/11 happened in the modern era, you'd have leftist streamers cheering it on. And then, considering Zoomer leftist reaction to discovering bin Laden's letter to America, he was right. And someone posted this at me, which is a post from, this looks like something awful, on the day of 9/11, where someone says, holy shit, we're being attacked. It's nothing we haven't done to other civilians. How do you like a taste of our own fucking medicine? So even on the day that 9/11 attacked, there were some people saying this.
There was a comedian, I don't know, he left his friends, and it's kind of like, the way he describes 9/11, it's kind of like when you have this friend, and he says that he really hates his wife, and that, you know, he wishes ill on his wife, and you think that he's joking. Right, you're thinking that, no way, like, I know this guy, he doesn't really hate his wife. And one day, his wife actually gets in a car crash, and the guy is cheering, he's happy, and you can't believe it, you're bewildered. It's kind of the same with leftists at 9/11, you know, like, they say that they hate America, and you're thinking, they're joking, they don't really hate America, like, they're just saying, you know, the thing. And when 9/11 happened and those people were cheering, it was like, wow, they really genuinely do hate the country.
Yep, absolutely. And there was definitely, if you were in leftist spaces in, let's say, the mid 2000s and the late 2000s, like I was, you saw basically it snowballed. There are more and more people willing to come out and say that America deserved 9/11, that it was decolonization, that America is the evil capitalist imperialist hegemon over the entire world, and it needed to be fought against with armed resistance. There was a lot of this sentiment on the left, frankly, by people who were very comfortable living in Western countries that would never have to actually do any of this stuff. They were all just happy that somebody in the third world was doing it.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of these people simply don't have any other understanding either. Like, the sheep argument is very much so the thing here, because reading the letter to America, it is very, very obvious what he's doing. It's very basic propaganda. It's like, well, this is my point of view. I'm being attacked. I think I should fight back because God tells me to. It's like, okay, well, I know what actually happened. I know who gave you the weapons to fight back. I know who attacked you to begin with. This is nonsense. But to a modern-day millennial on TikTok, they literally just adapt whatever argument is given to them in the most authoritarian fashion. Latest, like, it's the what was it? After the Second World War, they discovered that it was actually pretty easy to turn a fascist into a communist, and vice versa, for example.
Yes.
But it was very difficult to turn either one into a capitalist.
Yes.
Yep. So yeah, that's completely true. And what it makes me think is, like, you have the appeal. One, here's why I think it appeals to, like, leftist Zoomers, right? Because one, they didn't live through 9/11. Most of them were either babies or they were born after it, so they don't have that experience that kind of grounds them. To them, it's just a part of history that people who are, you know, that those old people talk about as if it's relevant, and it's not anymore. That's how they view it. Two, it's the decolonization narrative, right? But 3, it's because it feels like they're uncovering hidden esoteric knowledge.
Yes.
Right. This happens a lot in any radical movement. Doesn't matter whether it's left or right. If you feel like you're reading a forbidden text that the mainstream thinks is evil and you cannot own it and you cannot read it, or else you'll be turned into an evil Nazi or an evil communist or whatever it is. If you feel like you're doing something taboo and you're going outside the bounds of regular politics and you're like cracking open the seal on the ancient tomb and you're reading this thing, right? It really inspires people.
It makes
really
you feel special.
It does, yes. And so the way that they read the Letter to America is not that they're reading propaganda, even though they are. It's that they're finding something that their enemies didn't want them to know about, because otherwise they would be more educated and they would oppose them more. But now I have the real knowledge, the actual, the real truth of the world, which is how propaganda works, right? So we are just a few steps away from them finding Mein Kampf and doing the same thing. Because a lot of the arguments that Hitler gave in Mein Kampf are pretty similar.
This thing you're pointing a point here is very correct, and it's reinforced by the fact that The Guardian decided to remove the Letter to America, which had been up since 2002. GOP lawmakers are retardedly using this to call for a ban on TikTok. There are many good reasons to ban TikTok. This is not one of them. So we are reinforcing this feeling of taboo knowledge, and we've got a generation now who can't understand, well, political reality. Like, they have no philosophical tools with which to analyze anything. And as we are now shielding them from everything but the approved point of view, they will never develop any tools. Like, in a situation where all you have known your entire life is nothing but leftism, you will probably be a very, very easy target to pick up any book written in an authoritative fashion. Like, Mein Kampf is an excellent example because Hitler believed what he was writing.
Actually, speaking of that, I want to find something real quick. Hold on.
Amusingly, Mein Kampf is actually banned less now than Osama bin Laden's letter.
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
Right. Well, retarded nonsense aside, let's go over the few super chats and we'll get back on actual topic, as I need something uplifting after all of this, and we do have a good uplifting topic.
I found it. Okay, Arch, you got to read this. It's a little bit long, but you got to read this.
Oh, God. Okay. I'll do that first.
This is a lefty who started reading Mein Kampf.
Started reading Mein Kampf, it's kind of blowing my mind. Called the Bible for bigots, I always held the assumption that Mein Kampf was just hate-mongering literature. Oh, I see that. Yeah, actually, I heard briefly in history class back in high school that it was good insight into how someone evil thinks. I heard it was the blueprint of Hitler's plans. I thought I got the gist of it and didn't bother reading it back then. How nuanced can Hitler be anyways? Isn't he Hitler? The epitome of evil and the gold standard for villainy? Reading the first sections, I kind of got blown away by how human the narrative is. You can relate to his relationship with his parents, disagreeing with his father over career decisions, love taking care of his ailing mother, and even how he gets fed up with history teachers obsessing over minor details like dates of random kings and events. The transition from Hitler the restless lad who liked the outdoors, painting and architecture, to Hitler the man who's evil was so great it permeated social norms and made natural objections with long prior history. Swastika, Roman salute, first name Adolf, the toothbrush, mustache, evil by association, is an interesting process. You hear all the time how Hitler had a vendetta against Jews because it was Jews who rejected him in art school, or he had some personal incident with a Jew that colored his relations with them. But this seemed to not be the case at all. His mother and father, as he described, did not believe in racism. He mentioned his father would not have approved of distinguishing between Germans and Jewish. His family doctor was Jewish. Hitler recalled that he only remembered one Jew in his school that he actively disliked. And the reason he gave was not that he was Jewish, but that he was kind of a douche. Hitler was in fact unaccustomed to anti-Semitism and unsettled by it in his own words during his stay in Vienna. Hitler did not seem like a knee-jerk bigot and seemed quite well read. If anything, it seemed Hitler's hatred for Jews was the byproduct of his almost pathological hatred of social democracy, and it seemed to come gradually after he was kind of brainwashed by the racist media published at the time. TLDR, Mein Kampf kind of made me change my thoughts on Hitler, as I realized he wasn't pure evil. He was more of a bad mix of loony, stubborn, and brainwashed. He wasn't super racist. I want to purge people for Freudian insecurities reasons type of guy. He was no Stalin. Reading about Vienna society, I feel like he was more of a product of social ills that have been festering for a long time. A conflict of some sort was due.
So,
Well,
how do you feel about that?
I mean, he's right.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually right. That is actually a fairly decent analysis of Hitler in many ways.
Yeah.
This is why I contradicted Dev when he said that it's like a caricature. It's because but by creating it like a comic book villain, you actually cannot prevent another Hitler from taking place. Because when he published Mein Kampf, it was something that resonated with the average guy. If it was like a caricaturely comedic evil book, then the people at the time would have rejected it.
Actually, I disagree with that, because
Yeah.
here's the thing.
Mm.
Again, if you read someone making his argument in as best a form as he can via the written medium, something that he's going to spend years doing, pretty much anyone can be pretty eloquent about their position. And you're not going to get any opposite positions either. So long as you can get people to read that, there's a good chance you can convince them of damn near anything. Particularly, as we see with the Let's Do America thing, a lot of people are just dumb and don't have the philosophical tools necessary to analyze text. But if you make them the target of mockery, nobody's going to read it in the first place.
Yeah, but at the same time, you still need to engage with those ideas at some point, right? Like, you do have to understand what it was like to be Hitler on the inside and not just the caricature of him. And, and despite that understanding, still know why you disagree with him. But that takes a lot of like thinking and reading and
Take
stuff
into
that
account that
it's
James,
stuff that leftists today aren't doing anymore, basically.
James Lindsay published a feminist literature in a peer-reviewed magazine where he took the Mein Kampf and just replaced Jews with men and the German folk with women, and left almost everything else unchanged. And he was congratulated for the brilliant thought piece, right? So like even modern day leftists, as long as you replace the grievances, right? Like you replace the oppressor-oppressed dynamic in Mein Kampf, they will accept that book.
Absolutely. So when I pointed out that people are, and you pointed out too, V, that people are reading the letter to America and just believing it uncritically because they already have this preset narrative of America bad, America capitalist, America imperialist power, and therefore we should decolonize the world by shaking them off, right? You take that, you take how some of them are just straight up anti-Semitic. You take how some of them, they're anti-Israel and they're like one step away from being anti-Semitic. And then you put Mein Kampf in their lap and say, listen, read this. And the fact that they're going to also feel like they're reading forbidden knowledge, it's all going to come together. Like the pipeline between, a decolonized now free Palestine socialist and an actual Nazi is very short.
Yeah.
This is where education has failed us. Miserably so.
I don't think they failed. I think they did exactly what they wanted to do, which is to indoctrinate people into the oppressed-oppressor dynamic.
No, I don't believe so. Because the thing is, our education system has barely changed for 200 years. This wasn't because leftists were going to use it 200 years later. This is because we simply have not placed enough focus on teaching people how to think in a society that is literally built around the assumption that people can think.
I mean, you're both kind of right. I know what you're saying though, Arch, because the whole point of bells in schools was to mimic bells in factories, and schools were initially meant to create factory workers, but we haven't really updated the paradigm since then.
Yep, we haven't.
I genuinely think no. I think that's. I heard the take that bells in schools are meant to replace, but no. I think it's just a sound to let people know that the hour is over. It's like that. There's almost everywhere around the world where they have schools, they have bells. And not every place where they had schools, they did them during the factory time.
Well,
Like
no,
some
I mean,
nations
it's
made
because
schools way later.
Well, it's because like the idea of having a standardized clock and then a bell attached to it that the whole campus could hear. That was, I think, Prussian. The Americans copied the Prussians, and then everyone copied the Americans because they were America.
Yeah,
So
but
now,
no, I agree,
people are
but
doing it now because they don't know why they're doing it anymore. They're just doing it because now it's a
they don't
custom.
use bells now anymore. They use the buzzer.
Well, still, you know what I mean, though, right?
No, I generally like I heard this thing. It's like, oh well, it's kind of like the same argument. Police is racist because they use police in order to catch slaves or some shit.
No, I
But
understand that. Yeah,
yeah, but like it feels kind of like that, and I really don't like it. I do not think that the reason for bells in school is because like they're training factory workers.
well, let me expand on it then. So, in universities here, at least here in Canada, they don't have bells, right?
Mhm.
They do expect you to know when your class is up. The teacher was like, "Okay, we're done," and the
Service
teacher leaves,
guarantee
and you can stay in the
citizenship.
room if you want. But as soon as the next class comes in, you got to go, right? And it's because university, like the standard public school system, is kind of meant to create this minimum level of education, and universities are considered extra, right? So it does seem to be the case that if we have to educate everyone to some minimum standard, the minimum standard should probably be in line with the minimum level jobs, or at least what we think they are. I mean, it's not factories anymore, but we're lagging behind, right? But when you go off to other schools or like universities or private schools or whatever, they are different. So I do think that it is a holdover.
No, I genuinely think that the reason for it is that in a university, the person is already more disciplined because he's an adult. And when you're dealing with kids, you need some sensory thing in order to let them know that they have to go back in, right? Like if they're in their lunch break or whatever, you need a buzzer to tell them, oh, it's time to go to class. It's just part of discipline.
Yeah, maybe.
I, again, this is just a minor contention. I did like I've nothing against it. It's just that I heard this argument so many times and I don't believe it.
Okay,
It
sure.
wasn't to make factory workers. It was more the first schools that were made was during the winter time. Or was it summertime? It's when people went to work and they didn't have anything to do with the kids. They would send them to the schools in order to learn to read and write. But yeah, it wasn't to create factory workers. Like the thing is, like factory workers, they didn't require any education. Like you would go to the factory when you were a young kid, and they would teach you what you have to do. It didn't require any type of schooling.
It depends what you were doing. I think as the factories got a bit more complicated, you might need some basic math or something. But I know what you mean.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, you would learn it on the spot. Like you would learn it on the job. Schools were actually made so that I guess it's like beyond factory, right? Like things that were more complex.
Well, originally, schools were intended to provide you with the odds at getting a better job. Like reading and
Yes.
writing is for better jobs.
Exactly.
But
right, like not
today,
factory workers.
the schools exist just to prepare you for work. Like the work can be
No, it's
different
just
kinds of work.
no. It's to learn the LGBTs. Like it's not even to learn the ABCs anymore.
No.
Like,
Again, LGBT nonsense is a recent invention. Like the schooling system we have today was invented in the 1800s. They didn't worry about the LGBTs back then.
No, I was talking about today, about what the schools are today. Yeah, but it's mostly for indoctrination purposes. It doesn't really make sense. Like most of the stuff that you learn at school, you can learn at home.
Well, most of the stuff you learn at school is outdated. That's the problem.
And it's not necessarily it's outdated. Like for instance, I learned about complex numbers and hypercomplex numbers and advanced trigonometry. Why did I learn that, Arch?
Because it's
Please tell me
outdated.
what's. But it's not outdated.
It is outdated. You have no usage for it. It is a pointless thing for you.
Well, I guess if I went to math university where I worked at Tesla, I may have used it.
No, because then that shit is worthless. Like
Is
some
it?
of the first things you learn in like university math is forget everything you learned. It's all pointless.
Hmm.
Especially if you get to really high level math like quantum physics, they pretty much scoff at everything you learn in the basics.
They basically tell you it's like you're learning it so that you can develop your brain to think.
Yeah, that's one argument.
Yeah, it's like, well, then give me video games to play.
But okay.
Yeah, to be honest, I learned a lot more about reading and math from video games.
Yeah. Like I learned English from
Depressing
Cartoon
topic
Network.
aside, as our society is doomed, slowly but surely,
Okay.
we actually do have an uplifting topic today as well, which Dev can tell me about after I'll go through a couple of the super chats first. Then, because there's probably going to be something there that derails it, but we're going to talk about the Super Mario RPG, which I just consider to be absolutely goddamn uplifting, frankly, because that's an ancient-ass game that I enjoyed way back in the day, and now it's getting apparently an honest-to-God, decent, dignified remake, which is fun. It's good.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Unless Davis can tell me it's shit, in which case I'm going to be sad again.
No, it's good. It's good.
Let's see here. Sandoom says, I think future historians will view this era as similar to the American Red Scare, where people just lost their damn minds over potential communism. Or in this case, the very real existence of communism. CGR902 says, Arch, please tell V to get a second monitor and a new microphone.
No. And how does it work? Like, he's super chatting you and wants me to buy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
DZ Rock says, I tested that army game from the army. It was spun off into a training tool. Ah, yes, America's Army. That was a decent little recruiting tool, I think.
Was it? Decent,
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah, it wasn't a very good game, but I'm presuming they actually got a fair few new dudes out of it.
By the way, Arch, can you play this and tell me what you think?
No.
It's fine. Like, you're not going to get copyrighted. It's 10 seconds.
I don't
Oh
believe
god,
it.
I fucking hated this, V. Jesus, this pissed me off.
I don't know why so many people hate it. It's like so innocent.
Well, because he's being an asshole, and he has a bodyguard to protect him from other people when he's being an asshole.
That's the whole joke,
That's
right?
not a joke, V. That's...
I mean, well, hold on. I get the joke, but like, imagine being the bodyguard, being like, I gotta defend this little shit.
Yeah, you get
fuck.
paid. Who cares?
An
You
awful-
get paid. The
I
funny
care.
thing-
I
funny
wouldn't do
thing-
anything for money, V. I'm not a shill.
Fuck, I care what you do. This bodyguard did it. If you don't do it, someone else will. But not only that, the reason it's hilarious is that I think it's an IQ test. Like, all you have to do is to keep walking, right? And most people are like, oh, I would take the bodyguard. And I'm like, why would you go to prison? Like, when you can literally just keep walking.
Well, no. Like, this is one of those things, okay? Well, let's delve into this for a second, okay?
Heresy's the question.
Can you show it to the chat
Fire
so
is the
they know
answer.
what
I'm showing. This is not an IQ test. This is a pro-abortion argument, is what this is. This is a somebody didn't beat their child enough argument. Like, we actually do need to have a revolt against the real-life YouTubers. We actually do. We actually unironically do. If you see someone acting like a shit stain in public with a camera, you should be legally not only allowed, but probably required to assault them in some way.
You know, there's the 4 great evils of the world. You have the vegan, the 3 great evils: the vegan, the bicyclist, and the live streamer. In that correct order.
I hate these people. I genuinely do. Like, they represent everything that is wrong with the modern day attention-seeking human. Like,
So, Arch, if that guy walked after you going like, da-da-da-da, would you confront him?
Well, okay, here's the thing. We actually have quite a lot of very specific laws around stuff like this. Going around intentionally encountering people, hitting them, etc. That's
He's
not actually...
hitting them. I played it in slow motion. He does not touch the guy.
Doesn't he?
No.
Okay, that's
He just
better.
goes around like, yeah, he goes around with his arm waving. He goes like, doo-doo-doo-doo.
Well, then he still needs to attack him. There's no reason. There's no other
He
solution
doesn't
to
do
this problem.
anything. He's literally just
He
walking
does.
around.
He does absolutely. He's inconveniencing other people. Like, oh god. Again, this
touching
is the fucking problem. People are not raising children anymore. Like, in any normal society, if you saw somebody do this, you would beat the shit out of them. Like, your parents would beat the shit out of you.
Arch, if my kid comes home, it's like, I made $1,000 in super chat. What did you do? I walked around the mall going do. I was like, congratulations, son. I'm so fucking proud of you right now.
Oh, then you're a bad parent, V.
He came home with $1,000, Arch.
Yeah, by risking his fucking life. What?
How is he risking his
He
fucking life?
was
He's
like
a
a couple.
bodyguard.
What? 2 weeks
No,
ago,
he
we
has a
saw a man
bodyguard.
get shot for this.
Is he in America though?
I don't know. The thing is, from a moral standpoint, there are no worse people than this. I absolutely despise them on every level.
I disagree with you. I think that it's top comedy. We need more of this.
It's like anything for money. Inconvenience as many people as possible for money. Like,
How
no.
is he inconvenient? He's not doing what Mizo or that Johnny Somali in Japan was doing. He's literally walking and he's like, and people lose their shit because of it.
That's because he's actively antagonizing people. And do you know how I know that he's doing that? It's because he paid a person to protect him from the people he's actively antagonizing.
But he's not shopping anyone. He's not robbing themselves. Like, you can just keep walking.
And he could have just kept walking too. And yet he didn't.
No,
He elected to actively antagonize people. Like, this is not acceptable behavior. And it should not be
Part
acceptable
of the
behavior.
joke. You know what? If I was on his stream, I would give him a super chat.
Very well.
Give him a super. I give him a $50 super chat.
Very well.
Okay, Arch. I've posted a bunch of images when you're ready to talk about Mario RPG.
Look, people are calling me a blight of society.
You are, unironically. Like, you are actively making society worse for encouraging this.
But think about it this way, right?
I don't
not doing
think
it-
about it this way.
No, I'll give you the argument. He's not
I
doing
don't
it in
care
Romania,
about
is
the
he?
argument. I know for
he's not-
100% what this is, and I know for 100% it's negative. There is
He's not
no
doing
doubt.
it in my backyard, Arch. He's not doing it in Romania. He's not doing it in my city. Why the fuck do I care?
Hold on, V. I'll help you out here, okay? Listen, chat. If you're disagreeing with V, that means that you're agreeing with me. Do you really want to do that?
You know, Dev,
I
a
think they
broken
are.
clock is right twice a day, so
Wait, are you the broken clock?
no. In this analogy, you're the broken clock. Like, you can't be
So
right
hold
twice
on.
a day.
Okay. So I'm right twice a day, and this is one of those times. So you're wrong then.
I mean, yes, I'm being an asshole. Like, of course, like, I do not want to encourage people like that, but it's entertainment, Devil. It makes it
I know what you mean.
stimulates the
I'm just
chat.
fucking around, man. I know.
Stimulates the chat. You say something antagonistic on purpose, the chat types messages, it makes Arch's stream more popular. So it
I
fucking
know.
does.
Why do you think I've been doing it this whole time?
Why do you make me spell it, Dev? What? Like, I thought you're a professional streamer. What the fuck are you doing?
There is nothing professional about what I do.
You do it as a profession, Dev.
Yeah, but I'm not a professional.
By the fucking definition, you are a professional because you do it at the professional level.
Do I really?
It's your profession, Dev. You're a YouTuber.
Yeah, I guess, but I mean, I don't care enough to be truly professional. I am fully low class in everything that I do.
That's part of the charm, I guess. If people wanted professionalism, they would go and watch CNN.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
You are being a professional, yeah.
I am being a professional non-professional, I guess. And so yeah, Xanthonium says, so Dev admits he's bad faith. That's not what I'm admitting, you goofus.
Alexander Bryant says relativistic missiles in 40k when? Well, every day. Lucas Viking says, Dev, by your influence, I've now become a Dev-style chaser. You also caused me to step back from the edge of being an anarchist. As punishment, I'm sending you the Sexual Politics of Meat, fat guy.
Oh god, what a terrible fucking book.
Oh,
The
Dev will
Sexual
probably
Politics
enjoy
of
it.
Meat. No. Oh yeah, so here's the thing. I was on like a random stream like a week ago, and I got into this argument with this very far left, like feminist type, like a very feminist oriented leftist, right? And she was like shrieking at me about, don't you think it's terrible that you objectify trans women because you're into them? I'm just like, no, I actually think it's really fun to objectify them. It was just, I was completely rejecting like the moral shaming arguments. Like, fuck you. Leave me alone with that, like shaming me for my sexuality bullshit. Fuck you.
Yeah,
I hate that shit.
Why is it wrong to objectify someone? I don't understand. Like my wife objectifies me, so like
Yeah. That's what I told. I was like, listen. So there's the argument of like you shouldn't objectify somebody if they don't want you to. Okay, I get that argument. But like she was even like, yeah, you shouldn't objectify your partner even if that's what they're into, because if they have that fetish, there's something that is wrong with them and it's unhealthy. Like women shouldn't have rape fetishes, and if they do, they need to like go to a psychologist and have it analyzed. And if you like that, you have to go get analyzed because it's bad, because it's evil, basically.
No,
that was the whole fucking argument. And
yeah, if someone likes to play Mortal Kombat, or they want to watch slasher movies and they like it, that doesn't mean that they necessarily want to get slashed in real life, though. Like,
I know.
Yeah.
No, I agree. But here's the thing: her argument was not that it will then lead you to do these things in reality. Like if you have a rape fetish, then therefore you'll become an actual rapist. She wasn't making that argument.
That's a really dumb argument, and not to mention.
No, she wasn't making it though. She was saying that having the rape fetish in a vacuum was evil.
Yeah, well, it's a leftist. I mean, and it's not going to have a lot of IQ temperature. But like,
she was
when women have rape fetishes, they usually have like in their head they imagine someone like Christian Grey, or the actor that plays Thor, or Jason Momoa, like, and at that point it's not really a rape because like they're consenting. It's more like a role play. If it makes sense.
I mean, yeah, but like also, you have girls who have partners and they actually do this stuff in real life and they enjoy doing this stuff, and so does their partner. And that's just kind of how they've chosen to live their lives.
But that's not rape. That's role playing.
No, I know. Yes, I obviously agree with you. But her position was that was all bad, and that if a woman actually enjoys that, then there's something seriously wrong with her, and she needs to get it psychologically checked out. And it's
question.
Yeah, but
it was ridiculous.
No, the leftist needs to get psychologically checked out, because like a role play and a real thing is two different things. It's literally the same argument that I grew up with the Christians saying that violence in video games cause violence in real life.
Yep, that's what I told her too. It's like this is the same like right-wing puritanism, but now you're coming at it from the point of the left. And it was one of those things where like it was an off-the-cuff debate on like a random small channel that I didn't think would go anywhere. But apparently a whole bunch of other like Twitch streamers reacted to that debate. I didn't know about this until recently. A bunch of them reacted to it, and she ended up like deleting her account and leaving the internet because she looked so bad in that debate. I was like, damn. I didn't know this would actually get big over on like lefty internet, but I guess it did.
Dev, stop hurting women.
She deserved it though.
You fat sexist.
She deserved it though. Hold on. I want to make clear. I'm going to make clear. She didn't deserve it because she's a leftist. It's because she's a woman.
Good. Better. Zedekiah says, I appreciate your hatred of the Dutch. They delay my flight to India and transferred me to hell on earth that is Dubai. I will never forgive those clog-wearing capuses. I, too, dislike the Dutch. The Dutch are bad people because they speak weird. Elsie Solana, hey Arch, is Inquisitor Greyfax as funny as the memes make her out to be? No, nobody's ever as funny as the memes make them out to be. Mechanicus on Duty says, I still can't believe people attacked Tex of all people for talking to Arch. Go watch the Magistratum Mundanus. Show him his love. That did happen as well, yes. Lord of the Bossum has a message retracted because he probably said something bad and YouTube hit him over the head. Mate Zvezek? Hello, Arch, did you see the new Ushoran miniature, Mortark of Delusion? Hope you cover his story in Warhammer Fantasy. I love your videos. Thank you very much. I am going to have a proper look at Warhammer Fantasy's relaunch when it emerges. I should, anyways, because I've seen some of it, and I like many of the changes. I like what they've done to ballistic skill, for example. I really don't like what they did to magic, but hopefully they don't need to kill Warhammer Fantasy again. Alfred says, the number of late millennials, early Zoomers, communists who was around for GG who says, I used to be a bad right-wing thing is until event proves what you were talking about authoritarian left/right. Yes, and what I'm saying too is I'm not saying authoritarian as in authoritarian politically. I am saying that they will take to whatever argument is made to them in an authoritative manner. So the next person they run into who seems confident in his point of view, they'll grasp onto that, regardless of what that point of view is. They might even grasp onto Dev, although he's not very authoritarian. Ikik Rat says, how is everyone? Don't forget that the Operation Paperclip scientists, some of them became lecturers. And also not forget how early East Germany was established, army and Stasi, and so on. Mm-hmm. Of course.
I have
they had
lost...
learned many valuable lessons from the preceding regime.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like, if the Americans didn't grab up those scientists, the Soviets would. So you might as well.
What?
Operation Paperclip.
No, I know, but like the justification is.
Well, no, the
complete
justification is entirely sense. Yeah, like you either you take over these brilliant scientific minds, or you give them to the communists.
Yep.
But then you can't
And I mean,
demonize Nazism.
Well, the Soviets had
you
their
can.
own like Operation Paperclip equivalent where they grabbed a bunch of German scientists too. So I mean, everyone was doing it. Just how it is.
I also want to point out, at that point, the most important scientists from the Allies' perspective weren't the guy that made the V2 rocket. It wasn't Werner von Braun. It wasn't the guys that were working on the German atomic project, overlooked as it was. It wasn't the people that made the Me-262 or anything like that. It was the people who developed the fucking paint for the Tiger tanks and the Panthers.
Why?
Because the paint was anti-magnetic, so magnetic mines didn't work against them. It was also resistant against shape charges, and they also managed to make camouflage clothing standard issue long before anybody else. Like the Waffen-SS used camouflage when the Americans and everyone else was still walking around in, single colors.
Someone in the chat says that many of the scientists willingly went to the U.S. as well. Yeah, so when
Many of the
Germany was
scientists
losing,
fled to the U.S. actively.
yeah, when Germany was losing, if given a choice, they would surrender to the West rather than surrender to the Soviets because they knew that the liberals were going to treat them better.
Mm-hmm. And to be fair, you can absolutely make a moral condemnation of America, because a lot of those scientists, like Werner von Braun, for example, had a lot of very dark sheep in their closet.
Dark sheep?
Yes.
You mean skeletons?
Nope, sheep.
Okay.
We're talking about relatives and friends and family who were connected in deeper ways than they. But even then, Werner von Braun worked on the V2 factories, where quite a few hundreds people died in slave labor as well. So he was hardly innocent himself either.
Mm-hmm. But there's that practical concern though, where it's like, well, do you want to prosecute these guys and then throw them in a prison for the rest of their lives, or do you want to use them?
Fire is the answer.
Yes, that is the practical argument, but not the moral one.
Yeah.
Wojciech Zlezak says, since Jews and Muslims can't solve this problem between them, can we get the option number 3, Deus Vult? I mean, the problem is, I would like Deus Vult. That would be a preferable third option in many ways. But I think the Israelis can solve this problem. It's just depending upon whether or not they have the balls to do so. Creed says, a commie dev is right at least once a day. He is.
Mm-hmm.
Sandoom says, I disagree with both V and Def. Good. I agree with Arch instead. That is a good third option as well. Jafar the Blade says, I'm not agreeing with you, Dev. I'm agreeing with Arch, and you are agreeing with Arch because you're a leech. So it's a communist. Oh. And Holtzy NATO.
I have lost.
Yeah, I'm fine with agreeing with Dev on this one. People who do this should be drawn and quartered, and their execution should be broadcast on live television. It's entertainment after all. We could make it pay-per-view. Well, that would lose some of the effect. I think we should make it mandatory viewing instead. Electric Angel, hello, Art and friends. Today is a sad day. The last Dutch city has surrendered to American cultural imperialism, while childhood hero Black Pete, who is a Mauritian, has been whitewashed because he reminds Americans of their minstrel shows. Tragic. Tragic indeed. And Outrage Dia says, hey, Art, will you consider going Great Book of Grudges show? Going Great Books Going Great Book of Grudges show. He seems to be squarely anti-CA now. Oh, some YouTuber, I guess. Sure, if he wants me on. My email is open, of course, as always. I don't know the guy, but I am happy to talk to people. Speaking of happy, okay. Finally, we need to talk about the Super Mario RPG because I need something a little bit more pleasing now. So I played this when I was a kid and barely understood half of what was going on. Like I could barely read English at the time. That was my age. And I remember it being incredibly fun and an incredibly massive departure from Super Mario in so many goddamn ways as well.
Heresy's the question. Fire
And
is
that
the
was-
answer.
I mean, that was a long time ago now. When did the original Super Mario RPG?
1996.
1996. Fucking Christ.
It was the last big game to come out in the Super Nintendo before the N64 launched.
1990 fucking 6.
Yep, I was a kid when I played it too.
That is a while ago. And now it's been remastered or remade? What would be the correct term?
Well, I dropped the actual official art. So the original is Super Mario RPG Legend of Seven Stars. The new one is just Super Mario RPG, and you can tell that like they repose the characters in the same way to kind of get that same feel across, but they're more modernized. I don't know. So there's re-releases, right? And a re-release is just when it's the same game ported to a new system, and you see a lot of re-releases. Then there's remasters where it's the same game, but they've updated the graphics, but it still plays the same, right? And then you have remakes where it's the same story, but the game plays completely differently. So a remake is like Resident Evil 2 or Resident Evil 3 or Resident Evil 4, Final Fantasy 7. Those are remakes, right? This is it straddles the line between remake and remaster. And I dropped some images if you want to pull them up, Art. So you can show
I have lost.
you can show the viewers. That first one is the exact same location on the Super Nintendo version and the Switch version. That's, I think, Mushroom Way. It's like the first dungeon of the game. It's like a forest path. And it's pretty much 1-to-1 to the original game. The maps are all roughly the same size, and you do move in the same kind of grid. And Mario is this short, squat version of himself, and everything's kind of blocky, but it's just with modern graphics, right? So all the maps look the same, all the enemies look the same, all of the no, that's the wrong one, Arch. It's the first one.
I know.
I'm watching the screen too. No. Okay, well, whatever. Anyway, it's like all the enemies and characters look the same, all the maps look the same. It's just with updated graphics, right? All the secrets are in the exact same locations for the most part. Like the invisible boxes you can bounce and hit sometimes. They're all in the same place. Puzzles are the same. Like it is a 1-to-1 recreation of the original game. They did change some things though. Yeah, there's that one image where it shows the outside of the Mushroom Kingdom's castle, right? And you'll notice in that image for the Super Nintendo version, there's that blue void. All the maps kind of hang in a blue void. They added a bunch of background scenes because they can actually do that now. It's not a Super Nintendo anymore. But in terms of the actual playable area, it is a 1-to-1 recreation. Let's see here. Oh yeah, that battle scene that you had up before. There's a couple of differences. All right. So Arch, you remember the timed hits where you press A in the middle of your attack at the right time and you deal double damage?
Yep.
Yeah. So what they did is when you do one of those successfully, your attack hits all the enemies instead of just the one you're targeting, and it deals like 25% of the damage to the other enemies. And they said this is just basically to allow you to get through the game a little bit faster, since people don't have time to sit down and play a huge RPG anymore. Secondly, they added that charge meter in the corner. That's 78%. Basically, as you do timed hits correctly, offensive or defensive, the charge meter builds up. Once you hit 100% charge, you can do a triple tech. Triple techs weren't in Mario RPG. This is a completely new invention for the new game. They pulled them from Chrono Trigger. And which is fine, by the way, because people who loved Mario RPG also tended to play and love Chrono Trigger. So this game really does feel like a love song to the Super Nintendo Square Enix RPGs. since they basically just stole Chrono Trigger's triple text. Um, I guess one of the downsides is that the modern menu looks doesn't have quite the same flavor as the original SNES menu. I posted the two of them so you can compare them.
Same
But it's
style
still
and
fine.
feel, yeah.
Yeah, but it's still fine. Like they're man, if you look at some other Nintendo games and their modern menus, they're just atrocious compared to the Mario RPG one. Like it's not as bad as it could be, basically. And I guess that's the only real change is they made timed hits hit everyone. They added the triple tech meter. Oh, and they also added a bunch of like after the end content. So after you beat the game once, a whole bunch of really hard bosses appear in the game, and you can go fight them, and they're much harder. They're harder than anything that was in the original Super Nintendo game. So they added that if you want to go do that. But the best thing about this game, I am happy to report, is that the script is pretty much identical to the Super Nintendo version. They didn't censor anything. They didn't downplay anything. I mean, Valentina's boobs don't jiggle quite as much, but they're still present. Um, the, basically, they didn't they didn't update it to make it for modern audiences. All of the old jokes are there, all the old sensibilities, and like there's one joke early in the game where a Toad says, like you ask Toad, why didn't you stop Croco? And he said, in the original game, he said, well, because I left my bazooka at home. Like the joke being he's a Toad, he can't fight. And bazooka is like a very it's a very 90s term. They left it in, right? He still says it's because I left my bazooka at home. So all the jokes are exactly as you remember. The game feels like if you only played this game when you were 6 years old and you never emulated it and you never played it as an adult and you only have your like your child's eye, your child's memory of what the game looked like, this game feels like that. They did a very good job at making this game. The only thing that they changed, I think, is that there was a reference to Bruce Lee, and like there's a scene where Mario tries to go fight like an entire crowd by himself, and Mallow holds him back and says, "You're not Bruce Lee. You can't go in there and fight them." They took that out because I guess Bruce Lee is kind of a dated joke at this point. You know, the game came out in 1996, but otherwise, it is identical to the original. It plays the same. It is great. Oh, and also you have the option of turning on the old music. If you don't like the modern like orchestral versions
Oh
of the
my
soundtrack,
fucking
you can
god!
turn on
Are
the
we
old stuff.
doing a review to that shitty fucking game? Like, I understand it is a passion that you have, Dev, but keep it
Yeah.
short. Jesus fucking.
Well,
God.
hold on. I actually am keeping it short. There's so many things I can go into, V, that I'm not going into. This is the short version. Okay, the point that I want to make specifically for the ArchCast is that it was not ruined by reimagining it for modern sensibilities, and that's a good thing.
But you could have said that. It would have taken like 10 seconds.
Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah, that's right. They retranslated Frog Fuchsius as the Frog Sage because of okay. That was probably like a racist thing. They didn't want to call him Frog Fuchsius. Okay, fair enough. That was one thing.
Frog Fuchsius. Is Confucianism a racist thing, I wonder?
It's because he looks like he has like that
Long
that
beard.
Chinese hat that like sages wear and like the long thing, yeah, the long beard and the long mustache. So I guess making it Frog Fuchsius was funny in the 90s, considered racist today, so they call him the Frog Sage now. But it's a minor change.
See,
It still sucks, but
I would rather have that guy that comes up to me and goes to do than to have Dev tell me about Mario RPG for another 5 minutes.
That's because you're weird.
well, what did you think, Arch? Of my talking about this?
I think it's actually fine. I think it sounds great, honestly. And I love the fact that they haven't changed anything. Like, that's the beauty of it. Because this is, as much as I like to rag on you for being a massive Nintendo cock, and you are, like, you shouldn't be playing Zelda at your age, Dev.
Why not?
But Nintendo knows what their audience wants. And they just deliver that. And that's all. Like, they're not trying to reinvent the market. They're not doing anything stupid or crazy. They're just like, oh, what do you want to play? Like, Zelda. Like, okay, we'll make another Zelda. Fantastic.
Yep.
Like,
Oh, I just had to look it up real quick. Yeah, in Japanese, he was always called the Frog Sage. Like Frog Fuchsius was an invention of the English translators in the first time around. But I understand people liking the name because it was from back in the day. But yeah. So see, Nintendo's is one of the few legendary companies from the 90s I know it's from before the 90s, but you know what I mean. Like the heights of video gaming in the 90s. Nintendo's one of the only ones that still just does what its customers want. You know what I mean?
I think it is the only one.
Yeah, Capcom used to make amazing games in the Mega Man series, and now they're hiring drag queens to show off their games on their Twitch channel, to show off like Monster Hunter. So what the fuck are you doing? Why are you doing this? No one who plays Monster Hunter or likes Capcom wants to see drag queens showing off the games. Like what? Why are there like these people with beards and then like rainbow-haired wigs and ridiculous makeup playing Monster Hunter? Like what are you doing, Capcom? It's fucking ridiculous, right? Konami basically left gaming for the most part. They just make like gambling machines now. And Square Enix has been hit or miss, right? Like Forspoken was a flop earlier in the year. Final Fantasy 16 was actually okay, but it wasn't enough to pull them out of the red. So Nintendo, they know what their fans want and they make it. And if you don't like Zelda or Mario or whatever it is, that's fine, or Mario Kart or anything else, but they make it and it's done well for what it is, and their fans like it. And they don't seem to get political about anything. They just make the games people want to play.
That's what we need to return to. You can hate them having released Pokemon 732 times, and I understand. But there's a market for it, and they're just sticking to it. I mean, for fuck's sake, they re-released the Super Nintendo. They re-released it, but basically made it a modern, tiny little console. And they're like, here, we're going to give you the same controllers, we're going to give you the same games, and everything. It's like, people play it. Like, this is actually the entertainment industry we need to return to. Like, the days of innovation and iteration are long dead as it is, so why not just do this? Why not just do this?
Service guarantee.
Do you know we get a remake of The Last of Us 2, Arch?
Yep. I saw it. Oh my god.
Did.
Oh, actually, V, guess what? If you own the original Last of Us 2 on PS4, you get the remake for only $10.
Oh, wow.
You know
just put that disc into your PS5 and you get it for $10.
I think that there's going to be a time when you're going to have the video game coming out in January and the remake in December.
Oh my god.
Well,
Fuck. I don't know if we'll ever get that bad, but maybe.
I don't know, because this is a genuine issue. Because back in the day, we were complaining about how everything was a sequel, right? Oh, Call of Duty 3, Modern Warfare, blah blah blah. Everything felt iterative. We have stepped one step beyond that. Today, everything isn't just a sequel. Today, we're just remastering the games that already exist, or remastering the movies that exist. Moana. Okay, Moana is getting a live-action remake with The Rock.
I do think that this is the diversity firings at work. Like, if you fire all the people with creativity because they're not diverse enough, or because they said something racist on Twitter, eventually, even the worst stories that they make, they're not going to have people to make those stories. So like, by remaking a game, you already have the universe, you already have the dialogue, you already have everything, and you just like try to cash it up by adding a little bit of extra graphics.
I only partially agree with you. Everything you said is true, V. But there's a clear difference between The Last of Us Part 2 and then The Last of Us Part 2, the remake, where they come out 4 years apart and it's very clearly the exact same fucking game, just updated for PS5. Take that and compare it with like those comparison shots I posted of Mario RPG or something like Final Fantasy 7, right? Where they are just going off the old template, but there actually is a whole bunch of artistry involved in making it work with new graphics and a new style, and it still feels like the original, and you can still look at it and see the original, but it is still new. It still takes some level of talent to be able to do that properly, which is why you can look at a really bad remake and tell why they haven't, and tell that it hasn't been done right.
You know that they did the remake games for like the new PlayStation, like whether it was like PS4 remaking for PS3, and the new game just doesn't cost anything. It's just like updates.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're
yeah, a
long
lot of
past
games
that
did that.
time, because there's another reason why we're doing a remake sooner and sooner as well. It's lack of creativity, as Dev says, as V says, but it's also because this they know will sell. That's a large part of it.
Will it though?
Oh yes, it will. Absolutely, it
Mario
will.
RPG
Why?
did.
Yep.
Oh my god, it sold like fucking crazy, Mario RPG.
No,
Oh, yeah.
I mean The Last of Us.
Yeah, The Last of Us has a very fanatical fandom. Like it's one of very
Here,
very
Arch,
few
I'm going to send you this picture.
left-wing cult hit games.
Of the very...
And then Dev just disconnected.
No, he's
Oh,
going to tell us about Nintendo.
he died. Well, that's too bad. Dev's dead now. But it will sell, because they know, okay, well, this sold before, so if we just do this again, odds are it'll sell again. And yes, it probably will. Considering how few quality titles exist these days, like, what are your options? Something you know was good from your perspective, or something that's probably going to be shit?
I heard that the first game actually didn't sell that well.
Oh, I timed out there. Sorry, guys.
You did.
I did. But
You're
I'm
back
back.
now, though.
Here, Arch, I sent an image in the link channel.
Yep, I've seen
So
it.
probably the most beloved of the Mario RPGs is Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. One of the most beloved GameCube games of all time, one of the most beloved Mario games of all time. And it, up until now, it's been stuck on the GameCube with no modern remaster, re-release, or anything. Well, it's getting the full remake treatment as well. Basically, Nintendo has kind of figured out that like they can still make good modern games because Mario Wonder is pretty good. The new Zeldas are pretty good, but they also understand that like people still have that nostalgia for the old games, and so they are starting to do re-releases and remasters and stuff. So, Paper Mario: Thousand Year Door looks very good. That's coming out, I think, early 2024. Basically, there's a lot of good stuff on the Switch, and Nintendo is just simply making what their fans want, whether that's re-releases or remasters or remakes, or even good new games. And it's so rare to see that.
And I want to point out too, there is absolutely a certain artistry in doing this well, and not just like shit. Because there was another remaster or re-release or whatever you want to call it that came out recently, and that probably sold very well, but it was very contentious. And that was Ark Survival Ascended, which is just Ark, but with the new graphic engine sold for full price. And they shut down the servers for the old Ark as well, I believe. I don't know if they backtracked on that, but that was the original plan. So that you're kind of forced to now pay for the game you already own again if you want to play on the official servers.
Yeah, I've always hated shit like that, right? Like, yeah, I could go buy a new copy of Chrono Trigger on whatever new console or on Steam or something, but I could also just play the Super Nintendo one that I have, The fact that so many games are moving away from being able to play them again in 10 or 20 years is pretty bad.
Yep. And also, the worst part about Ark Survival Ascended 2 is this is such a blatant pay-us cash grab, because they're essentially forcing you into it, even as they're preparing Ark 2 for release, like, next year. Like, it's such a
Heresy's the
fucking
question.
disgusting cash
Fire
grab.
is the answer.
Like, it is, I hate it so much. And yet Studio Wildcard has, they've managed to kind of create a business model out of being the worst people on Earth, and yet somehow being forgiven for it every time. I don't understand. But I mean, to be fair, Ark is a really goddamn addictive game, so I guess that's just it. Like, people really want to play Ark.
People want to watch over their mother's dinosaur.
Probably.
Or was it wife's dinosaur?
It's
Dev,
Wife's Dinosaur, the old meme. I remember it. Yeah.
Dev, have you played Ark?
I have lost. I mean, maybe I did years and years ago, but I don't remember anything about it.
Okay, Dev, you're gonna have to play Ark 2 with all of us then. I think Sargaruni's gonna play that. Oh, Catgirl Kib is gonna play that. I'm gonna host an official server for the community for it, where we can all fuck around and have fun.
Okay. Well, hold on. Doesn't Sargon already host one?
He does, but he's Sargaruni. He resets it every fucking 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, that's true. To be fair, like remember how we
True,
played
yes.
we played Project Zomboid on Sargon's server like 3 weeks ago, and then we haven't gone back, and the server's just been running this whole time, so everything's decayed.
Yep.
It's like, well, all right.
Sargaruni also. Oh god, we used to play Arc 1 on Sargaruni's old server, and oh god, you couldn't do a flying mount because the server would reset like 3 times a day, and he wouldn't warn anybody, so he would just. And you would glitch off the flying mount if he disconnected you in mid-air, and so you would fall to your death, and your high-level flyer would just be stuck there in the air. Oh god. Oh, and of course, before anyone tries to make the idea either that making a good remaster is just like super easy and that it's always a money grab, it isn't. I want to bring up another hated remake, of course. Warcraft 3 Reforged.
I actually know what happened with that.
What happened?
Like internally. Yeah, so the original team, they started making it because it's like, well, it's a fun project, let's do it. And because StarCraft Remake was so well received at BlizzCon, the marketing team overpromised. And they were like, no, actually, you should add more features, more stuff. But the whole thing with remaking Warcraft was like, let's use a small team to remake an old game, and we can make some money. So they let the same team size, and then they just gave them more and more to do, to the point where they just couldn't. And it's also the fact that many of the people, and you'll see like at these companies that hire based on woke ideology, which Blizzard is like king now, they don't really hire gamers. So for instance, the new graphics, they look good, but they're not really great for gameplay purposes. Like you can't tell the ghouls apart from the peasants, even though like the ghouls look much better than they used to before, and the peasants look better. The previous graphics had like color differences, which allowed you to tell the units apart. In the new game, if you have like 40 units on screen, it's very difficult to tell which is which. And in a strategy game, that's just not something you want to do in multiplayer.
Yep, they didn't manage to preserve the charm of the original style. It was also the fact that it was just released in a poor state, because here's the thing. This was a project that could not possibly fail. There was no way you could possibly make a remake of Warcraft 3 be a financial disaster. It should be impossible. And yet they still managed it. Because, as you said, they underestimated the task. They were like, oh, this is super simple. We just need to like remake this a little bit, slap it back in, and voila. That's not how these old games work. In many cases, you're going to have to actually remake vast parts of it, because a lot of these things are made in engines that barely functioned at the time. These aren't like the sleek, fully functional, easy-to-use, modular, modern-day Unreal engines where you can just click and clack in various mechanics, etc. In these old games, half of the mechanics were custom-made and handcrafted by somebody who's not working there anymore, who might just be dead at this point, and who barely understood how the fuck he made it work in the first place.
Yeah, you know what? Thinking about it here, I think a good chunk of why not all but a lot of remakes and remasters are shit, and why a lot of modern games are shit. It's not just that they don't hire gamers. V, that's definitely part of it. They definitely don't hire gamers, right? It's that they don't hire anybody who has any sort of capacity of doing something new that is both new and interesting, right? So a lot of the
Oh no, that's not true. They do hire people like that, but they get shut down by middle management.
okay,
Like
maybe that's also the case too, right? But
Yeah.
man, there've been, for example, I looked at maybe a year or two ago some of the development logs for the latest World of Warcraft expansion, and it's all full of people who they definitely have new ideas for the game. It's like we're gonna do something new. We're gonna roll this out, and it's gonna be great. But the thing is that none of it really meshed with the old style of the game, and it was new, and it was, I guess, kind of creative, but it wasn't good, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And because like when they say we're doing something new, we want to experiment with this, there's actually some value in that, because you don't just want the exact same game over and over and over and over again. You do want to like change things a little bit, you do want to expand things a little bit, right? But it still has to be good. It has to be both new and good, because otherwise, like, if it's just good, then you just get the same thing over and over again. It gets stagnant, right? Because you can release the same game 20 times and it's like, well, eventually people are going to stop playing. But if it's new but it's not fun, then who cares, right? So it
Well,
has to be
quick
both.
games. I just remember something. The lady who made the coffin of Andy and Lele, she's got like $2 million in the bank now.
Good
If
for her.
any of you know how to reach her, please invite her to the show.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
yeah, yeah. Like we would like to have her on the ArchCast, wouldn't we, Arch?
That would be pretty cool, yes. But as far as I know, she is a social media hermit. The lady who made it.
Yeah, if
That
any
is the
of you
way to be
guys
honest.
know how to get in touch with her, would be nice if you can tell her that we would love her on the ArchCast.
That was a fun game. Have you played it yet, Dev?
No, but I know what it's all about. I know all the memes, I know the story, I know what's going on.
It's a fun little game. I'm quite enjoying it.
I don't even
I
think
should
it's the
probably play
incest
it,
that's the
yeah.
problem. Like the problem is the anime art style. I have discovered that leftists on Twitter, especially furries, they consider anything that looks like an anime girl to be pedophilic. Anything that's under 28 years old to be pedophilic. Any type of person that has like a immature, wholesome personality, like My Hero Academia, for instance, they consider that pedophilic. Furry porn is fine though, especially the gay one. Like that is or when you have Deku in My Hero Academia being shirtless, that is very progressive, wholesome. Drag Kid Story Hour, also the echelon of a civilized society. But if you watch anime, you should be on a watch list. FBI. And by the way, like they usually tag FBI. I find this to be very cute. Like if you post a picture of a My Hero Academia character, right? We're not talking about lolly. I just want people to understand, all right? Like we're talking about the mental derangement on Twitter. Like these people, the reason they hate Coffin of Andy and Lele is because it has an anime style and they connect it to the evil, cisgender, heteronormative male gaze. Right? Like, unironically, that's how they think. I genuinely do not know why these people aren't mocked and laughed out of existence. Like the moment they show their face in public, there should be like at least 25 gatekeepers that do nothing but laugh at what they are saying. Because it is hilarious shit.
To be fair, if you look at their replies on Twitter, they already are. They're there. They're laughing at him for sure.
There should be more. There should be 10 times more. Like, unironically,
They need to be punished.
I have genuinely wondered if Walt Disney isn't paying some of these twats. Because the only thing that they're trying to do is like when when gaming was good, you had these twats going into gaming and it's like, oh, video games are filled with racismus and homophobismus and transmophobismus, and you need to hire us and put us in charge and give us cash so we can feed and put our food on the table as we feed on your dime. And now video games are $70 because you have to pay for these twats and they're worse. So people are going to anime, and now, they tried the whole racism in anime and it doesn't work, and now it's like it's pedophile. Oh, you like Demon Slayer, you're a pedophile. Oh, you like My Hero Academia. Why would you sexualize children? They are 16, you imbecile. Why would you sexualize them? It's like, okay, they had like some cleavage. Oh, American Pie, the TV show, used to have that. Buffy, when I grew up, Xena, like all these American shows, Teen Titans, X-Men, like they all had cleavage and you didn't have a problem with it. No, you're just using this argument to try to shape people away from the anime art style. And
That's not true. They have a problem with those things now. That's all considered problematic now.
well, fuck those people, man. Why the fuck do I care about their moral sensibilities? They watch furry porn and shit, which is fine. I got nothing against them. You want to watch your Andrew Wolf cookie, that's fine. But like, why do you come and complain about my anime? Why can't you be tolerant? What the fuck I do in the sanctity of my own fucking bedroom is none of your business, you twat. This is the mentality that should be expressed on Twitter.
I agree. I agree with you, but that's not how they see it.
Unironically, the 50% of the reason that I decided to make my game, because I wanted to make a horror game, is to spite these individuals. They required to have like the stuff that they don't like, to know that it exists out there. Like just they can't sleep at night knowing that something they don't like exists. This is the level of authoritarianism we're talking about.
I also want to point out, I don't actually think there's anything heteronormative about fucking your sister. Just to point that out.
It's not even like, from what I understand, it's actually in a dream state, right? But they see the art style, which is anime,
Well,
and literally they can't
actually,
sleep
it's
at
a
night.
vision granted to them by Satan, so sort of like a dream.
I see.
But there is actually no overt sister on brother fucking in Andy and Lele, despite the memes.
It's so. I mean, I this is the whole safe horny, safe edgy thing, right? Where you can engage in
Even the fact
this.
that you're using their language triggers me, Dev. Even the fact that you're using safe
Well, then
it's
get
mental
triggered about it. 'Cause I'm
retardation.
trying to explain something
I
here.
know
All right.
what you mean, but it's mental retardation, Dev, okay?
Fine,
It's the
fine.
deficiency,
What-
the inability of having two synapses to make the neurons connect. That's what we're talking about, safe horn. No, it's hypocrisy.
Yes.
It is derangement.
Yes, it is. It's all these things,
Yes.
but it's a specific type that should have its own name.
I agree.
Yes, it's called
I
mental
agree with V
retardation,
for once.
Dev.
No,
Please
Dev.
use the correct
No,
word
V.
for it.
I disavow
Okay, what's
V.
the correct? What's the correct word?
Mental retardation.
Yeah, but that
Okay,
kind
yes.
of overlaps with other words too.
Yes.
See, I've actually
reason that I say-
really
the
grown
Twitter mental retardation.
on this idea of safe edgy, safe horny. It's actually a very good descriptive term because it's exactly what it is. Like it's in human nature to want to be the edgy kid, the clever kid, the person who's pushing the boundaries and the taboos. But in modern day society, you have to do that in a different way. Like you could even argue that it was safe edgy to do like the racist Klansman on Comedy Central with Dave Chappelle back in the day, because normies looked at that and thought it was funny. Like, we were safe edgy at one point.
Here, Arch, pull that image up. That's exactly what I'm talking about, right?
But
We've all seen this comic before. This is what's going on underneath it. All right. Yeah. It's you want to be the edgy person. You want to be the outsider. You want to be you want to reap all the social clout of being the underdog, but you're not actually the underdog. And in
Yes.
fact, when something that is truly outside the norm comes along, you recoil in horror.
yes. This is what happened at the British Music Awards. That one retard dude who dressed up in like a Satan costume and was singing on stage, whatever. And people were like, this is a
Sam,
satanic
whatever, yeah.
ritual. Like, no, he's being edgy. He's being what he thinks is edgy. He's like, oh, the church is still the establishment, right? No, that was about 50 years ago. You're a bit late.
My
Yes.
favorite talking point is when they start going. It's like, oh, my Catholic Church. So you're fighting against pedophiles, but like, what about my Catholic Church? I haven't heard many Catholics being defensive of the Catholic Church when it was under those accusations. And if I'm not mistaken, the public school system has more pedophiles than the Catholic Church.
Like,
But that if you attack the public school system, they freak out.
this is safe edgy today. Like the picture here. You've got the retard on the right. He's just wearing dumb clothing. And all that is, hey, attention.
I have
Please,
lost.
seriously.
Shit.
Please. Picture.
That is so bizarre because
Then you've got the
I
man
look-
the man wearing like the female-esque dress with the deep cleavage. He too is like, wow, I'm challenging gender norms. Or the chick who's like, wow, look, I'm not ashamed of being pregnant. I'm showing off my belly. Yes, this is entirely normal.
no, I think like what is happening is that when you're an actor now, like you don't have good actors anymore, right? Like you don't have your Morgan Freemans, you don't have even your Keanu Reeves is like most of them are old, but like the new generation, we don't have that. So the only way they can get their brand out there, the only way they can get their name out is through a word that we don't use anymore. It's called attention whoring, which actually like is not tied to women. It's just tied to the fact that you are demeaning yourself to get attention.
Yes. Absolutely. Attention whoring is a perfectly good term for it.
Yes.
Because we don't have action heroes. Like, we don't have any young up-and-coming action heroes anymore. Like, when we were kids, the young action heroes were, Claude Van Damme, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone. And even then, they weren't exactly young bucks even back then. But now, I mean, fuck, the youngest action hero we have now is, what, Vin Diesel?
I mean, you can make an argument for Chris Pratt, kinda. But I mean, the funny thing about him though is that he's a conservative, which is like okay.
Who's the one playing Thor?
I forget his name.
Yeah.
Momoa. You got the guy with Daenerys, Momoa.
He's not
Jason
really
Momoa.
an action hero though. Chris
Also, he
Hemsworth
played
is his
this-
name.
Witcher
He
guy.
played the Stargate
Yeah.
Atlantis. He did a good job.
Chris Hemsworth is like 40, so I don't know if that's young.
Well,
Chris
the guy
Pratt
who
was born in
played,
1976.
Yeah, these aren't young guys. They're the best we have right now, and it's funny because most of them are let's say, they're not leftists. You know, the guy who played The Witcher is not a leftist.
Oh god, see that's when Henry Cavill, right? Henry Cavill should be an up and coming action star, but he isn't. In fact, he is pretty much straight up persona non grata in the industry now. And it's all because the accusations during The Witcher that he actually gave a shit about the show and was talking about his hobbies and stuff were probably true. And that rumor made its way then through the industry circles. And we're like, don't work with him. He's difficult. He'll actually tell you about the book he read rather than just abiding by our stupid scripts. Ah, poor Cavill.
Oh well. I guess the other half of the conversation is that there is this belief that edgy content is dangerous, right? Like if you engage in sexual content, you're going to start objectifying women, and that's no good. Or you're going to start viewing gay people badly, and that's no good, right? So, however, if you believe in the correct politics, then you'll be immunized against that kind of brain rot. So they can have all of the degenerate shit they want in their Twitter likes, but you can't have it because they believe the right thing.
See, the correct way is to not even fucking engage with this line of thinking. Is to call them a retard and move on.
I agree with you, V. I agree with you, and that's
what. You're poisoning the chat.
Then we arrive at the exact same place that the leftists are, where they pick up Letter to America and go, "Wow, we do need to understand the enemy. We need to understand them on a theoretical basis."
I do agree that some things need to be understood. This is not one of them. This is mental deficiency. I am not even going to remotely engage with it. Because my purpose is to convince. No, listen, Dev. Your purpose, if you're genuinely like trying to sway the culture or whatever, is to convince normal people why you're right and they are wrong. You do not need to understand their arguments to just tell normal people if someone likes furry gay porn and is laughing at My Hero Academia, that person has nothing of value to add, is a degenerate, and he should be ignored, blocked, and muted. You do not need to go into details. You do not need to start going with safe word and shit. No. It's like, no, call him a retard, block, mute, move on.
So seriously,
start gatekeeping like a normal person does.
So V, I already do everything that you're saying. I call them a retard, and I don't block them. I mute them and I move on. Or like I laugh at them and I move on, right? I already do this, V. However, if you're going to ask me why this is happening or how it works, this is what it is.
Yes, because if you don't, you're going to be in the position, because it doesn't work just calling them a retard, because they had all of the political power. It has taken damn near a decade of active, continuous opposition to get to the point where the majority is beginning to switch. And simply going, they dumb,
I have lost.
Is not an authoritative argument.
No, I agree, but like not with all of the issues, but like with this issue in particular, they dumb. Like you do not need to investigate it further.
Oh, here's something that's actually quite interesting. So you can say retard on Twitter again. That's been around for like 6 months now, and people are saying it. And I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a lot of left-wingers on Twitter who are angry that people aren't getting banned for the word retard anymore. They're very angry.
Yeah.
And just call them a retard, because like
no, but
they're the ones you should call a retard for sure. Because
yeah, like there's two things that people didn't understood about the word retard. Like way it was used, it was always viewed as despicable to use it against an actual person that has a mental issue, right? Because like they can't help that. So you insulting them makes you look like an asshole. But when you insult someone that doesn't have a mental issue, but they choose it, like whether you're a Christian or not, like if God made them, like my grandmother would say, God rest her soul, if God made them in a way that they have a functioning brain, and yet they choose to piss on it, that's when you shame them to try to correct that behavior. And it's like, hey, you shouldn't behave this way. That's why you call it a retard. Um,
Right.
but the
I
thing
know
is,
what you
like,
mean.
the
Yeah.
label fits them so fucking perfectly that they had to get rid of it. Because too many people were accurately describing
Heresy's
their
the question.
behavior.
Fire is
Well,
the
it's
answer.
Like
back,
when you,
baby. Don't worry about it. You can use it again.
yeah, like when you have your entire timeline dedicated to furry paraphernalia and you're complaining about Uzaki-chan, like, I'm sorry, but that's retarded. There is no other word in the English language that can describe what you are doing and fit better.
So I did a video about conservatives and media illiteracy, right? And that was maybe a week ago or something. And one of the two like crumb tubers that I talked about in that video, like did this 6 hour stream about me as soon as I posted it because they saw it and they freaked out that I was critiquing them. So they did a stream where half of it was them reacting to my video and then half of it was them like watching all my other videos and shitting on me. However, this person was losing their fucking mind that I kept saying retard in my videos. Like this
I don't
person
even know.
was
I don't even
what the
know
fuck? How
why
can you
this.
say this on the internet? Don't you understand? It's like it was great just to see them lose their
Yeah,
cool
like
just over that. It was amazing.
I genuinely do not know when this word was considered not okay. Because idiot is fine, cretin is fine, moron is fine. Mouth open, drooling idiot is perfectly acceptable, but retard isn't. And retard is a medical term as well. That like for example, there are medicine that have the word retard in it. It means that it has a delayed action. Like
Mhm.
Prestarium retard, for instance, right? I don't know if the English language translates it like this, but like in Europe, we use this term. It's basically like a medicine that has a delayed effect, right? Um, but I do not understand why the word, like, who decides which word is okay and which one isn't. Like, for example, the word cis, right? I've never heard it used in any way besides a derogatory manner 90% of the time. And for instance, except Twitter is not considered a slur.
And this is why, V, we need to understand the enemy so that you can answer that question.
Yeah,
Because the question
some
is
of
power.
the things, yes, some of the things you're right, but other things, again, like if someone has furry diaper porn and lectures me about liking Uzaki-chan, I'm not even going to engage with that conversation. There is no philosophical debate to be had. It's like arguing with a child. I
So
do not. Yeah, go on.
so here's the thing. When it comes to retard, right? Like the N word has never really been okay, but like if
Yes,
you
it
use it
has.
if you
Yes, it
use it
has.
without oh, let me say it. Let me say it, V. If you used it without the soft R on like nighttime TV, you were fine, right? It was okay.
No, I disagree. There are movies in
On
the
American
90s.
TV, I mean, like in
Yes,
American,
yes.
even in the
Like
'90s,
there
right?
are
Even the
Hollywood,
'90s.
dude. There are Hollywood movies. I remember like watching RoboCop on my live stream. Sorry, not on my live stream, on my Discord server a couple of months ago. We watched
Mhm.
Demolition Man. We watched RoboCop and many other old movies. They use the R word a lot. They didn't use it always as an insult to another person, although like sometimes the villain was black or the hero was white and whatever, and they would use like the R word. But
You mean
but
the N
it
word, right?
has yes, the N word. Sorry, my bad.
Yep.
But it was used in mainstream Hollywood movies. It's just like recently, there is like this new added mystique to it that you can't use it even when reporting the news. So like if someone uses the word and gets fired and you want to talk about it, you can't use it because you're going to get
Well,
demonetized or fired or whatever.
so there's like different types of use, right? So I do agree with you. Like in the '80s and I think in the early '90s, there was this idea of like if you use the N word with a hard R, you could put that in a movie or maybe in like a later evening show, but it had to be like a villain who was using it, and him using it was to show off that he is a villain. Like only bad people use this word, right? But you still could use it. Now it's gotten to the point where you can't even have your villains be bad in that way. It's a strange, identification with evil. It's a strange situation where like, oh yeah, you could have like a fictional villain do all these terrible things, but he's gonna say a slur. He's gonna be transphobic. You can't do that. That's too evil even for a villain. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, surely a mark of villainy is a character acting in these terrible ways, right? But the thing is that the words like retard and words and like faggot, these words occupied a different space wherein even people who weren't villains could use them as, let's say, more extreme insults, and it was okay because they were reacting to the extreme stupidity of somebody that they were describing, right? And over the course of the 2010s, both of those words, retard and faggot, started being treated as if they were the N-word, equal in how terrible they were. And it started with faggot first. They pretty much completed that.
Many times are going to use it on
then they moved.
channel,
hold on. And then you can use it on mine too. I don't care. And then they moved on to retard. But here's the thing: they kind of completed the cultural hegemonic process of bulldozing over retard. And at that point, this was maybe 3 or 4 years ago, people just realized this is stupid. Like, this is really fucking stupid. Like, no, obviously using the word retard is not as bad as using the N-word, right? So it's almost like the word retard was like the hand burst out of the soil in front of the grave that said retard. It's like, no, it's come back to life. Now everyone's using retard again. And I think in the next like 3 to 5 years, faggot will probably come back too as an acceptable word. Because people like their whatever process they did culturally, it is slowly coming undone all on its own.
Not all on its own. I think it's been helped along quite significantly, but I get your point.
Yeah.
But now that you two have been busy explaining basic things that we've known for the last 10 years to each other, darts, I want to get on with the topic of remake, because Knights of the Old Republic 2 has been cancelled.
Do you know how bad that was? Apparently they would have changed the way the game works, so I think it wasn't a turn-based RPG anymore. Like, they wanted to make it real-time and stuff.
Well, this is the thing. Normally, this would be a very bad thing, right? Because everyone loved Knights of the Old Republic. They were looking forward to the sequel. People hoped that god-awful MMO would simply just be a follow-up sequel, and it wasn't, etc. It's an old beloved classic, but nobody wanted this game to come out, and it is precisely because all of the changes they were making. Because originally, what they said is that all they were going to do was add back in the cut contest, because Knights of the Old Republic 2 was never actually finished. It was a bit of a rush job in many ways. And then they were going to, update the graphics a little bit, smooth out the gameplay, perhaps, great. But then they started talking about, oh, no, we're going to change this, and we're going to change the way the combat works, we're going to change the way the story works, we're going to change this quest and that quest. And it sounded more and more like they were trying to make their own game rather than remake a previous one.
Yeah. I agree.
And it's almost guaranteeably dead now. The excuse they're giving is that it was cancelled due to, quote, third-party objections. I don't know who the hell this third party could possibly be, but...
someone that owns the IP, I guess.
Potentially, but... I'm pretty sure they must have had rights to the IP to begin with, because, well, they were making it. But this marks yet another failure for Embracer.
For example, if I want to get someone to remake my game, right, and I give them permission, they have the right to do it. But if I notice they're making too many changes, I can remove that right. So it would be like third-party complaint.
Potentially, depending upon the contract.
Yes. And I think this is probably what happened there.
This is starting a bit of a bad trend for Embracer Group, though. They were doing quite well, and then Saints Row disaster hit them very hard. And now Knights of the Old Republic, which they probably pumped quite a lot of money into, is never even going to see the light of day. And they recently bought the movie rights to Lord of the Rings for a steal cost, really, but still a fair sense of fair little, bit of chump change. And the question is if they can monetize it, because they don't really seem to have any studios that's capable of making good games for them anymore.
Do you think we're going to see Forspoken remastered?
Probably yes.
No. God, it was such a bad game. Here's the thing. Like Forspoken had a decent combat system and nothing else. Everything else sucked. I have lost.
The sad part is like it was such a good idea. It's like, okay, make a Western isekai, because isekais are popular, right? You can't go wrong with them. It's like, okay, so have this character goes into the... Just make a wholesome female character. No, they couldn't do that.
Well, the thing is, Forspoken is currently getting a little bit of resurgence. If you look it up on Steam now, it's mostly positive. Mixed reviews, but only a 62%.
Yeah, but I generally think it's because it's so bad that people are like buying it on a bargain.
Well, so here's the thing. DLC came out for it a few months ago, and apparently the DLC like fixed parts of the game. And also finished the story, because the story wasn't really finished. But the DLC actually tells the story that was supposed to be told. So I don't know. I don't fucking care. I don't want to go back to it. Fuck.
It'll be remembered as a real gem.
Yeah. So I want to point some of this out here, if you don't mind, Arch. So Knights of the Old Republic, right? The Knights of the Old Republic remake is dead. And you can see, like... What's this one? Hold on. Here, Arch, I'll post this in the links chat. People were thinking this was going to happen because back in September, the Knights of the Old Republic remake trailer was quietly privated, and all the tweets were deleted about it, and it was like we're just gonna pretend we never even announced that there was gonna be a Knights of the Old Republic remake. It's just going the way of the dodo. All right. So if you go back, let's say 2 years, you get this interview, okay? And here's a chat with a Canadian writer behind some of the biggest games around. Sam Meggs explains what it's like to write on such prominent games as Call of Duty Vanguard, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, and Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic. Do you guys know who Sam Meggs is?
Heard about him, but like...
Nope, but I know that Vanguard was an absolute disaster.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But scroll down in that article a bit, Arch, and you can see the picture of Sam Meggs. And
Why is the name so familiar?
I'm going to show you why, okay? So Sam Meggs worked on Knights of the Old Republic for 9 months and then eventually left the project, privated her video about it, and basically said that she's never talking about it again. Don't email her, and people, of course, started asking her, and she called them, Gamergate chuds and whatever else, right? So here, I'm going to send you a video from 2014, Arch, okay? This is from when Sam Meggs worked at GameStop, at a GameStop in Toronto, and wasn't
I remember her. Yeah, the red-haired chick that was bullshitting about... Yeah, okay, I know.
Yeah. So just play this video, Arch, on stream.
Yeah, it's fine, Arch. I played
it's fine.
on my channel.
I'll just mute it and I'll let you play it.
All right.
Frightening and disgusting trend in the world of online gaming. Hackers rewriting code to simulate sexual assault. Shauna Hunt is live with the disturbing reality of virtual rape. Shauna.
Oh, God, I remember this now.
Well, Roger, in the world of gaming, modifying characters is actually a common thing, but these cases are extreme. These hackers are taking control of games being played online, and they're staging these violent attacks. And the scenes are so disturbing, we had to blur the images.
Online, they can take your character, lock them in place, have made their character pantsless, and then can simulate sexual assault with your character, and you are helpless to stop it.
The graphics are so good, this attack is eerily realistic, but this is virtual rape. Hackers rewriting codes and hijacking online video games like Zombie Apocalypse and Grand Theft Auto. The vile scenes are then posted to YouTube.
God, yes, I remember this. The eerily realistic rape scenes.
Yep.
God. This was during like the peak feminist panic.
This was before we even knew what feminism truly was, though, because this is like Fox News or something doing this. a bunch of old boomers that have no fucking clue what's going on. Like, this is the Mass Effect moral panic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Like, eerily realistic, chat. Look at that. Eerily realistic.
So yeah, City News is a news company based out of Toronto. They do Canadian news mainly, and she's Canadian. So she's she was working at GameStop. This is like 6 months before Gamergate. She was working at GameStop at the time. She's one of those online feminist types, and she somehow parlayed this controversy into she started getting writing gigs in the industry, and she worked for some studios, and she eventually worked her way up to Knights of the Old Republic, which then completely collapsed and burned because she was never a decent writer. She was simply hired based on the fact that she was that one internet feminist who went viral in 2014. So also the thing is like, this is like a 2014 era online feminism and leftism. This is before the trans stuff was really brought into the fold. So there's no like there's no non-binary stuff, there's no trans stuff. A lot of the feminism is a lot more turfy. You know, it's like it's very much more like, oh, trans women are actually male infiltrators and they're trying to destroy the left by infiltrating in. It's very strange to watch feminist content from 10 years ago because it's definitely changed. But that's basically where she came from, and she was very excited to be the one to be the main writer on Knights of the Old Republic, and then the project died. I wonder why.
It is shocking. Yeah, it is shocking when you see like blatant lying, right? Like even she's laughing during that thing. Like she's smiling because she knows she's full of shit.
Yep.
And the only reason why it went there is because most people at the time weren't gamers, right? Like gaming wasn't that popular as it is now, so like you have many people that didn't understand it. But people in the industry to hire her and give her so much prestige when it's obvious that she's a con artist is why the gaming industry is bad.
It's because nobody understood back then. Like, it wasn't obvious that she was a con artist then. It was... Nobody had the faintest clue what this feminism stuff was all about.
Well, the people
it was obvious to us, but
didn't know, though. Yeah. Like, I refuse to believe that the people who hired her didn't know.
They didn't. They didn't. I mean, fuck, you can watch Sargon's videos from the time, right? And he's like, oh, well, if I could just talk to Anita Sarkeesian, I could make her understand. None of us fucking have the faintest clue. We genuinely, like, this is, again...
I've always said that she's a con artist. Like, I always was talking to Sargon, I was telling, like, no, you can't. Like, these people don't believe it. Anita Sarkeesian doesn't believe the shit she says. And he was like, no, V, you're wrong. She does believe it. And it's like,
well, she did believe it. That was the thing. No, she actually did.
No, she didn't, and I can prove why. You have Jonathan McIntosh going, the patriarchy, lightning, ba-ba-bomb.
Well, yeah, that was a joke.
It's like...
We make jokes. We still believe things.
Yeah, but like, if you're the Pope, right, you don't go like, oh, Satan, evil, ba-ba-bomb.
I don't
like,
think he was
there
the
are
Pope.
certain jokes that you don't make.
So
I don't know about that either.
So the funny thing is, like, she was definitely the type who would post things like this. How I feel when they're big mad you got your grubby little gay hands on the thing that they like again. Where it's like, yes, I have control over the property that you love, and I'm going to rape it and destroy it. Ha ha, fuck you gamers. And like she was that kind of person for sure. Now,
yeah, and
she actually hasn't because because the the project's collapsed, so she actually doesn't have her hands on it, and her career is basically in tatters. And so, you just love to see it sometimes. That sometimes, there actually is justice in the universe, and these people do get the backlash they deserve.
They do, even if it takes a while.
But this is definitely one of those situations where it's like, man, you got to blame Canada. You got to blame Canada for this, or at the very least, you got to blame the era, or not the era, the location in Canada called the Laurentian Consensus. All right, it's this corridor of Canadian large cities that spans from Toronto to Ottawa to Montreal. Pretty much all of the cancerous Canadian leftism comes out of this corridor. All right. Like Ubisoft is in this location. Most Canadian TV studios, most Canadian animation studios, most Canadian writing studios, a lot of shit is in this area. Sweet Baby is headquartered in this area of Canada.
So you're in that area too, Dev?
Yeah.
Okay, that explains it.
I'm not like them, V.
No, I see. You're not like the other girls. Okay.
Fuck you. Okay, hold on. I mean, you guys know about Sweet Baby, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So they're also in this area. It's a specific area of Canada with a specific culture, very left leaning, very politically influential, very affluent. There's lots of money here, lots of important people live here, and pretty much any time that there's a Canadian studio working on something for America, it's from here and it's very far left. So you blame Canada for this one, guys, and for a lot of things.
I have lost.
Always have. Never will stop.
Oh, I guess the TLDR for the chat, Sweet Baby, guys, is a company in Canada that does writing, and basically other game companies from other places, even other countries, they'll hand off their scripts to Sweet Baby, and Sweet Baby will punch them up with leftism.
To make them more diverse, inclusive, and equitable.
And cancerous as fuck, yes.
Yes.
Basically, like, they'll take the translation of a Japanese game and they'll insert all that shit you don't like, or they'll go over like a script for a Western game and make it more inclusive. It's just garbage. It's
Arch, I
garbage.
just realized that there are 4 evils in the world: the vegan, the bicyclist, the live streamer, and the localizer.
The localizer.
The localizer.
But finally, this is all coming to an end. It is. Actually, we can finally say we have won. In fact, I think we have won. The only way now is up. To the point where, okay, I loved this here. Okay, so the Marvels, as we all know, didn't do very well. In fact,
because of racism, yes.
It seems to have now hit the worldwide box office top of $120 million, which puts it on track to lose Disney and Marvel $100 million, which is just brilliant. And to justify this, they had to pull out the old banger, the old 2016 accusations that it failed because of racism, sexism, and homophobia, and violent fans on the internet. There are pockets that are really virulent, and violent, and racist, and sexist, and homophobic, and all those awful things.
There are
For not giving you their money.
Yes, literally. Like, why do they... See, I actually made a video about this, and my question is, like, why do they want money from racists to begin with? Secondly, the idea that people like you, Arch, are puppeteering the masses, right? Like, you have Disney with its $100 billion marketing, and they're trying their best to sell their awesome product that your kids are going to watch. But Evil Arch is puppeteering people. It's like, no, Disney is bad. Why don't they hire you then? Like, if you're that effective, you would think they would hire you?
You would, and I'm sure in a few years, that is unironically what's going to start happening. As the pendulum of the moral zeitgeist, that everything swings over to our side again, you are unironically going to be seeing some more of this. Although it will be primarily hiring the more attentive-seeking parts of our side. Which will be just as bad, probably, incidentally.
Like, okay, so let's assume that people do not want to watch the Marvels because they're ashamed of what Arch may say about them. There are people that are calling me a pedophile because I like Uzaki-chan or My Hero Academia, right? Like, anime that have absolutely no sexuality in them. They're safe for work, basically. Like, I would watch My Hero Academia with my mother in the room, God rest her soul.
There's some tits in My Hero Academia, V. Come on.
Yeah, but there's no porn, right? Like, there's no fucking. Like, there's more fucking and tits in Game of Thrones or Spartacus or actual American shows that there. You don't even have kissing in My Hero Academia, as far as I recall. Like, maybe if you can think of a scene, but I don't know. You have the granny, right? Like, kissing in order to heal, but that's pretty much it. Like, my point is, there are people calling you a pedophile for liking it.
Citizenship.
Like, no one fucking cares. If the show is good, people are going to watch it. I don't care, like Dragon Maid. I don't fucking care what other people say. It's like, so
Service
why is it
citizenship.
that when it comes to all these races, they watch anime, which are made by Japanese people, or they watch South Korean shit, but they just don't want to watch Disney. And they have absolutely no problem with the accusation of pedophilia that's coming from Twitter.
I can explain this to you. It's
on.
because the Marvel's audience was supposed to be women. Women didn't go see it. Only men did. And I imagine, by only men, I imagine what they really mean is, YouTube content creators. Those who've made a living of yelling at this shit. Those were the only ones. Because you keep seeing like the videos from some of these people, and they are filming the movie theater, and they're the only ones in there. And I'm kind of at that point thinking to myself, you have become the target audience.
Like, unironically, it is more entertaining to watch people shit on these movies than to watch the movies themselves.
Yes. Because this was a very feminist thing, but of course, this is the culmination of many years of bullshit, right? This is the culmination of many years of ESG. This is the culminations of being told by the HR department that we're so close. Feminism is so close to succeeding. We're almost there, guys. And it's only getting worse. And this whole thing, this whole tirade, is in many ways the dying yelp of the modern day entertainment industry, in my opinion. Because this worked back in 2016. If you said this to normies back then, it's like, oh, people didn't like it because of sexism. People would be like, wow, that's terrible. Sexism is a pretty bad thing.
Yeah, we should watch it in order to stick it to the sexists, yeah.
Yeah, but now it's like, wow, it was hated by the sexists? Oh, it must be shit. Meanwhile, if the sexists liked it, it's like, that's got to be gold entertainment right there. Let's watch it.
Like, unironically, whenever I see IGN give a movie 4 out of 10, I'm like, why is this movie getting such glowing reviews?
I am not fucking shitting you. There will be, in the next 4 or 5 years, there will be marketing campaigns basically saying the most sexist movie ever, and it'll sell like mad. Like, it'll be inside of buses. You remember the American Godzilla movie where it's like, his foot is as big as this bus? There'll be an entire banner like, this movie is homophobic.
Well, yeah, I mean, back in the day, it was like, this is the bloodiest horror movie you've ever seen. It's so gory. Like, it'll be like that, yeah.
This movie is so homophobic. It makes feminists cry.
Back then people understood that there's like different audiences, right? So like, as long as you had the disclaimer, it's like adults, mature, whatever. You could do whatever you wanted. But now in Mortal Kombat, I don't know if you know this controversy. In Mortal Kombat, they added Omni-Man, and Omni-Man basically tells Sindel, I'm going to make your daughters my pets, or something like that, you know? Left is horrified. People on Twitter, oh my god, they can't sleep at night. Oh my god. The Mortal Kombat dare to be edgy for 1 second. And I'm thinking, like, this is a video game where Kitana, which is the daughter of Sindel, can brutally murder her mother, or vice versa, right? And you have no problem with that. It's rated M for mature. You have no problem with that. But that one line, oh, it keeps you awake at night. Oh, you gotta go on Twitter. You gotta clickety-clack on the keyboard and get those likes, get those updates. Oh, what a standing ovation from the public you must be getting. I have nothing but contempt for these individuals.
Yeah, I mean, that makes complete sense considering Omni-Man's character as well. That is what he would say.
Yeah, but like, my point is, when you used to watch things back in the day, like you would watch Jason Voorhees, right? You watch Friday the 13th. It was a movie for adults, right? Like, kids weren't allowed to see it. And because it was a movie for adults, anything goes. If Jason dropped the N-bomb, people would be like, well, yeah, but like, it's, you know, of course it has vulgarity. I mean, it's a movie with a serial killer that murders people. Okay, it's vulgar, so what? Or, there's 2 teenagers, right? Because you actually had that in many American slasher movies. You had actual adults, right, playing the roles of teens, and they're fucking. Like, that used to be on Hollywood, on the big screen. It wasn't something niche. Like, no, like, tits out, right? You didn't get to see the penetration, but it was implied. And... Yep. No one was scared. I mean, it's a movie about the guy that's killing people. It's okay, there's sex in it, so it's like, it's for adults.
Yeah,
it's not for kids, right? It's for adults.
It's one of those things where it's like the creators remembered what it was like to be a horny 16-year-old, and maybe some of them even had sex when they were 16.
Some of them
and they remember
had sex.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing: not everyone got laid in high school, but a bunch of people did for sure, right? And
yeah, I liked the more general idea. Like, they might even have had sex at some point.
But it's also it's also the fact that there are people out there who are 18, or hell, you know what? There are people out there who are 16, and they want to see movies like American Pie. They want to see movies that we saw when we grew up, like Beavis and Butthead. Like, Beavis and Butthead was, you know, it had like cartoon tits and shit on it, or South Park, right? Like, why do we have to pretend that we didn't grow up with these things? or that they're somehow inherently evil and damaging to the fabric of society when you have Drag Kids Story Hour and the cutie Netflix director's cut. I think, like
It's
Big
safe
Money,
edgy, V. It's safe horny.
Yeah. It's mental retardation, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
If you have like OnlyFans girls and Twitch streamers and all of that shit, that's acceptable. You're drawing the line at fiction. Like,
Actually, you know what it is? Okay, I've been trying to word this for the past like 2 or 3 months, and I think I might have finally just had an idea of what it is. It's like it's a very strange form of like asexual lewdness in a sense, where like the actual sex itself is gaudy and gross and gratuitous and sometimes violent, definitely problematic. The actual act of having sex itself is something that should, this is in the leftist point of view, it should be censored, it's oppressive, it's objectifying, okay? However, the discussions of sex are funny. Talking about fucking is more adult in their view than actually fucking. But also, because sexuality is now part of your identity, now it's like a spiritual thing, right? It's like something that's deep inside of you, and it's more than just like what you're attracted to. Now it's some core part of your identity, and it's become political in that sense, right? So no, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish it, V. God damn it! I have 1 sentence left. Let me finish my 1 sentence, okay? It's like the reason that they view Drag Queen Story Hour as morally appropriate and the rest, and like, for example, American Pie is not morally appropriate, is because Drag Queen Story Hour sexuality it's meant to more like to take these kids and to make sure that they're loved and respected and they're free to become whatever they want, but because there's no actual fucking involved, then now it's a political conversation. But as soon as you add fucking, it becomes problematic.
Okay, first of all, you seen Breaking Bad, right? You know that scene where it's like, Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yes.
Okay, that's literally how I feel right now. Secondly,
Arch, do you get it? Do you know what I'm saying, Arch?
Yep, V's stupid.
Okay. Secondly, you're overcomplicating the thing, right? The only reaon that they support Drag Kids Story Hour is because the right wingers hate it.
No.
It is 100%. I will justify why I think this way, right? You have the activists that are like, initially it's like, okay, let's get gay marriage, right? So they get donations, they get, support, and then they get gay marriage, and it's like, okay, well, what else can we do? Like what? Because we got this. Like, okay, let's have trans rights, and then they get trans rights, but they still want the donations, they still want the support. It's like, okay, trans kids,
yeah.
And then they get trans kids, and it's like, oh, well, what else can we get? The Drag Kids Story, like they will find something that society is not happy with it. And try to push for that just to get donations and just to get support. That's why they do it. Literally, it's because right-wingers hate it. Well, it's like you're overthinking it. It's not because, this is the spiritual conversation about saying, no.
Because here's the thing. If that was really the case, then it wouldn't be profitable. There has to be an activist base who actually believes that, for there to be money to be garnered from it.
You don't think there are people that literally hates right-wingers and everything that a right-winger does is wrong? So if a right-winger hates it,
absolutely, but this doesn't appear in a vacuum. Like, it doesn't just create itself out of thin air, just because, like,
it's made in the academia, I agree.
Yeah, so V, I mean, you're correct in that after a bureaucracy has accomplished its goals, it tends not to disband. It tends to find new reasons to exist. That effect is real. And you're also correct in that there are just some people who want to do something out of spite because their political opponents will hate it. That was that Sam Maggs image that I pulled up, where she's like, oh, all the gamer man babies are angry that I'm making Star Wars, even though she actually was not a Star Wars fan, right? So both of those points are correct, but there's more to it than just those.
There has to be the motivation to do so in the first place, and it's not merely purely spite.
I think it's merely purely spite, but...
Because, hell, if it was merely purely spite, then we're no better than the left-wingers, because I know fucking sure as hell that I'm doing quite a few things just to spite a couple of people.
I'm not making a video game to spite people, but
exactly,
that's not the point.
No, that is the point. In your worldview, you are nothing more than a leftist.
No, I'm weaker than a leftist because they're fucking winning, Arch.
I don't know about that. Again, when the leftist main movies need to return to 2016 and just list off the accusations in a petulant, pathetic tone, I don't think they're winning anymore.
Yeah, I think culturally they're not winning right now. I think they're on the back foot again.
Mm-hmm. I think Welcome to Alabama, Coffin and Lele is a because actually, let's return to the previous point. The Coffin of Andy and Lele is a beautiful example of this is the most homophobic game ever thing, because this was a game that the leftists freaked out about, and what did the creator do? It was like, well, yep, we have incest. Double down, and the game became more popular because of it.
You know what's even more funny? The whole thing is made by a woman. Like, you'd think the left would love it.
Let me see. Here we
Nah.
go. This
there are so many like lewd games from Japan or manga or whatever that women make.
Yeah, but they pretend not to know. But in this case, it's hard not to know. It's literally just one woman. Like, she made the coding, she made the voice for the original song. She wrote everything. It's just like one person making the whole game. And she's a millionaire now. Like, she made $2 billion. With that game, with those assets, I doubt she put more than $30,000 or $40,000 in it.
Yeah.
So almost everything that she made is a profit.
And there's also the fact that like there's so much fan love towards it, right? Like, not just the porn, but like people like the characters, they like the game. It's a meme. Like, she can now make a second game, and people are gonna follow her around just because of this.
This isn't the second game. The chick's made like half a dozen games in the past. She's a veteran indie developer.
Yeah, but like this is the one that took off, so
yes.
This is the one that like people will say, based on from the creator of, and then they'll be like, here's the next game. Yeah.
Yep. That is going to be a thing. And this was the official response. Cry about it. And that was the correct response. As from now on, pissing off the left will be the way to get rich. Simple as.
Yep. It's always the way I view it is, think of a medieval society, right? You have the peasantry and you have the nobility. The peasantry is right wing, the nobility is left wing. So if you want to make a product that pleases the peasantry, the blacksmith won't deal with you, the merchants guild won't deal with you, right? So even though like what sells, you can't really do it because you get in trouble. Like, for example, if you make an edgy game like Manhunt, it will not sell on Steam because Steam will ban you because racism, because like various other issues, like they have terms of service. But people would play it, like people would love that game.
Well, actually, the Manhunt is on Steam.
Yeah, but like if you were to remake now, right? Like,
it'd still be on Steam because Gabe is our guy.
Okay, so it's a fat man.
Gabe has a bigger problem with lolly than he has with violence. Now, if you made a lolly game, that wouldn't get on Steam.
No, the problem with Manhunt is that the story is that the guy has a sexual snuff fetish. So he actually jerks off when you're killing people.
Wow, there you go.
Yeah, it's that type of game. It would never fly today, Arch. Like, some of the things fly because they've been old.
No. You could easily make this fly today. In fact, you can make it empowering. Female black protagonist killing white men.
No. Like you have to make it exactly as it used to be made. Like that one. The problem is that some things exist because they were old. Like, for example, South Park, right? Like, South Park can get away saying the N-word or put a chick in it and make her gay because it's South Park. But like, if you were to make that type of video and it would actually get that popular, it would probably get you in trouble with YouTube.
Not today, or possibly depending upon size, but very obviously the environment is far more forgiving today. Bear in mind, South Park isn't edgy anymore. South Park is safe edgy now. They're a corporation now. They're not the cool, rebellious indie team they once were. They can do a little bit of edgy shit here and there still, but even like the Enter the Pandaverse was very safe.
Mm-hmm. I remember when South Park came out, it was during like the Bush era when they were incredibly religious. And the first episode, literally the first episode, is Santa Claus fighting Jesus with ninja stars and killing children.
Yep. And that was really edgy back then.
Hold on.
Let me give you another example of edginess.
I have lost.
No, it was during the Clinton years, 1997.
Yeah, but it was still like incredibly religious.
Mhm.
Would you think you could make a racist superhero right now?
Probably not.
No.
Actually, I think we're at the point where you could, and it would blow up online as the left hating it and like the non-left thinking it's hilarious. But I think you could. We're now just at the cusp where you can get away with it again.
Okay, one other question. Can you make a wife beater superhero?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Yes.
You don't think it would get cancelled?
No, because the wife beater meme, you could very much so make a meme out of the hating women thing now, and it would be generally accepted as a meme and as ridiculous.
What if you do it in a serious way?
I think that would just make it funnier.
Endeavor in My Hero Academia is close to that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a wife beater, but it's implied.
Endeavor has been fully rehabilitated, shall we say. In fact, I'm kind of annoyed by that because his character just changed 360, and I was a little bit
It changed in a natural way, right?
No,
like
it fucking didn't.
I will let me make the case. He became the #1 superhero, which is what he always wanted, and then he realized that it's not just about the competition, but it's about saving people's lives.
Yeah, he always did that though.
Yeah, but like he always had like if he failed, there was like someone else. Right? Like if he failed, you had what is his name? The top guy, right? But now he was the top guy. There was no one else. If he failed, then people would lose hope.
Sure, and he got a more of a perspective on that and fighting the gnome. But if anything, that should just make him even more determined to create the perfect follow-up to himself, because he realized how dangerous the enemy is. Instead, he goes the exact other way and turns into a big fluffy kitten. Like, his entire original character is annihilated at the snap of a finger. As if he did not even exist.
But that is such a thing as a midlife crisis. Like, it happens in the real world. You know, like some event happens and it changes you as a person.
Yeah, but that is what we call fucking magic storytelling. As in, well, poof.
I don't know, I really liked it. I think that it's a nice redeeming quality. And the fact that you can make a superhero that's a wife beater and make him relatable and redeemable is something that the West would never do. And speaking of a racist superhero, right? The reason I picked it up is because when Iron Man was created, Stan Lee made everything that the culture hated, right? So they made a wealthy man, because this was like during the hippie era. They made a wealthy man that's an arms dealer, he's alcoholic, that's drugs, and he's a superhero, right? But like he's literally everything, like on purposely made to spite the public. Like you would never expect such a person
hippies
to
love
be a
drugs,
superhero.
though. Hippies love drugs.
Okay, but he's still an alcoholic, and hippies don't like war, right? And he's an arms dealer, and hippies didn't like rich people, and he was a multi-billionaire.
Yeah, but
And
he
was
goes
arrogant
through his
this way.
transformative arc, which is a far more substantial transformative arc, as he basically goes through the American history Xification, where he meets a person who teaches him a tremendous amount of stuff about life, goes through a trial with them, and then loses that person and decides to work in their honor.
Yeah, but you'd never be able to do something like that today. Like if you look at, like what does the culture not like? Well, cultures don't like transphobia, doesn't like racism. If you were to make like a racist, transphobic superhero, it would get canceled.
It would have gotten cancelled.
Yes.
I don't know if it'll be that way much longer.
Yeah, I think we're coming to the end of that now.
Just so I can understand, there was like this guy made an indie comic. Apparently, it was like this, classic superhero stuff. And because at one point
Service
he
guarantees
beats up a
citizenship.
gang, and that gang had Mexicans in it, like they were about to rape a woman, and he saves the woman. I think it was Indiegogo or Kickstarter, I forgot which, but it deplatforms the comic because it portrays minorities in a negative light.
Sure. And?
Like you can't really do whatever you want. That's my point.
Of course, like You're just pointing out that reality exists. Like, this isn't a unique thing to our time or the left. Like, you could have made Tony Stark 20 years earlier, and he would probably have been cancelled too, as the religious right was in far greater power. There are periods that are more oppressive than others. It's all about the time. And speaking of the time, there are still going to be a few last little gasps of the old world, though, before we move on into the new one, as has been demonstrated by Denzel Washington, who's now going to be playing Hannibal Barker, of all characters. You know?
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Denzel Washington couldn't even play a good Shaka Zulu anymore. Okay? You know why?
He's too old?
He's damn near 70.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't even a he's the wrong color argument. This is he's 3 times as old as Hannibal was argument. I mean, sure, you can fix a lot of that with makeup. You know, you can paint his hair properly black again. You can put a lot of makeup on him. You know, shoot him in the correct angles, etc. But this is kind of returning to the issue that we have no young action heroes anymore. Like, we just don't have anybody. Who else would play the role of Hannibal Barker, who's actually like, what was he, 26? 26 when he took over command of the army. 29 when he crossed the Alps, I think.
Jason Momoa.
Jason Momoa.
Jason Momoa.
He's a Pacific Islander, man. Just because he has dark skin, that's not enough.
Like, Jason Momoa does not look very Carthaginian.
Yeah, you know what it is? It's like all of these actors who are like 60 or 70 now, people are thinking that of them as if it's still the 2000s, right?
Yes.
Because I think Denzel Washington's peak was probably Training Day, and that was a really good movie. And he was in his mid 40s, and that was the perfect age for that role in a really good movie, right? And everyone still thinks that that's who he is, but it's been 22 years since that movie.
Yes. And even Jason Momoa is 44 years old. I'm like, here I am, like, what young action heroes we have? Well, this 45-year-old guy over here. And don't get me wrong, he looks great for a 45-year-old. He's fit as fuck. But what I'm talking about, who do we have that's actually like 29, 30 at the most, like, that can play Hannibal well? I mean, maybe Jason Momoa, when he was actually Khal Drogo, could have pulled it off.
That was 10 years ago, yeah, like 12 years ago.
Yeah. You don't really need a star. Like, you can just pick someone, you know, like,
yes, well,
do an audition.
That's what people did back in the day. Like,
yeah, you do an audition and you find out, like, the guy that can act.
Yes, like, that's how it would be. Like, Sylvester Stallone's first acting role was in a fucking porn movie, okay? He fought for ages to get the Rocky script filmed. He fought for absolute ages. Nobody fucking knew who he was. Nobody cared. But he was great for the role, and he worked out fantastically for it.
Yeah, so people in the chat keep saying Adam Driver, and, like, he is an upcoming star for sure, but he's not an action star. Like, he's more of like a teen drama star at this point.
Yeah, Adam Driver as Hannibal would look fucking awful. Like, Hannibal.
He's a good actor, but it's not for him.
Again, Hannibal was an active frontline participant in these wars. Not to mention, Hannibal should feel fucking sinister. Now, there is one part in which I think Denzel Washington could do okay. Like, Denzel Washington's Equalizer style, where he just feels kind of scary. That could work, because Hannibal should feel weird. He should feel a little bit monstrous, because all of the rumors around him, like Baal spoke through him, etc., that he was an absolute genius. He should probably be played as an autistic character who can't bond with anyone near him.
You think so?
I do. Because Hannibal was scary. Like, his closest relationship was probably with his little brother, and that wasn't even like a familial relationship. That was more his little brother absolutely adoring him as an incredible role model, more so than a familial love. I mean, fuck. his family was about to sacrifice his ass because he came out too small and scrawny.
Yeah, that was the thing back then.
Yep. Baal was an interesting god. But we are still going to see some garbage. It's going to be a whole of a lot less of it, though. We're going to have to work basically through the next 4 years of pre-planned movies. Like The Rings of Power is still going to come to completion because it's basically already been paid for. But we are slowly going to see better and better entertainment. And for anyone who's ever been planning about making something, well, this is probably the time. Because if you can come out with something in the next year or two, you might be able to ride that wave of anti-popularity.
Well, I hope you're right.
In fact, even these games should be marketed as anti-woke.
I would not risk. Can you imagine like risking like $30,000 or $40,000 just to get banned off Steam?
Steam won't ban you for that, I don't think.
Yeah, Steam won't ban you for that. Again,
no, they won't. No, they have like explicitly pro-Trump games on that. They won't ban you for being anti-woke.
Yep.
No, but they will find other reasons.
No,
well,
I don't think
those
they
Trump
won't.
games though. Okay,
Service
the Kyle
guarantee
Rittenhouse shooter is still on there. Like, no, you're fine, man.
Yep. No, Gabe is unironically our guy. He is. Like, he is a actual, like, person who thinks that everyone should have an opportunity. He still hates Lolly, so he bans that shit, but for the most part, he's still our guy. Now, what I'll tell you is, now what you should be afraid of is when Gabe fucking kicks the bucket, oh boy, Steam is going to get bought up by Microsoft or Google or something, and then... Well, we better hope the culture has changed before then. Otherwise, Steam is going to be a very sad place.
Yeah. But I mean, it's kind of strange. But like, the fact that things are so chaotic and that the old guard culturally is so incompetent, this is actually the time where new creators can kind of get ahead.
Yep, there's an opportunity right now to create the new Star Wars, the next thing.
Yep.
The Devverse.
The Devverse?
Yep. It's a series of comic books you're going to be working on in the future where communism won.
Why would I? God damn it, Arch.
Why would you indeed?
Yes! God, I'm not a communist.
He laughs as he says it, though. Alright, well, we can move on to... it's time to wrap up with some super chats now.
I have lost... Shit. I've got to go. I'll be back in a minute.
Well, then you don't have to go, Dev. You'll be right back, Dev. You don't go.
Okay, I have to go for like 5 minutes, then I will return. BRB.
Heresy's the question.
Sidewings Raging on Rumble, donors $20, saying McCarthy was right. Well, in certain things.
Yeah, actually, no, he was wrong. Like he completely lowballed the issue.
He
There were like
underestimated
thousands of... Yeah.
He also says Bruce Leroy was Shanoff the best. Shanoff I don't fucking know what that means. Sidewings Raging has the Rumble chat all to himself. Ah, goddammit. Rumble! Rumble doesn't like recommending my stuff, and I hate Rumble for it.
How many people do you have watching on Rumble?
I have no idea. I never check.
I'm actually curious if it's worth like streaming alternatives, because everyone's like, why did you stream on alternatives? And like, why don't you watch on alternatives?
Well, yes, it's worth streaming on alternatives to start beginning that very slow process of building a tiny group over there eventually. But unless you're... Well, the problem is the alternatives are just like the mainstream in many ways. Like the people who get the front page on Kick or Rumble are the people who already have, 1-2 million subscribers on YouTube.
Yes.
So it's that. But still, with a system like Restream, you can just stream everywhere, and it doesn't cost you anything, and it doesn't, is no problem.
I agree.
So why not? Let's see. Where did YouTube scroll to today, then? Giga can't say that word on YouTube says, have you heard about the guy who shot dead 2 stop oil protesters blocking highways? Panama Man. Yes, we have heard of Panama Man.
Okay, actually, he's a WEF lawyer.
Yep.
And they weren't just stop oil protesters. They were protesting the fact that that mine, which was Panama Natural Resource, was being taken by a foreign company in order to do the Green New Deal. And now, I just gotta say, I still hate people that are blocking the roads. I mean, when you're blocking a road, you're not protesting the thing, you're protesting the
Other
public.
people. Yeah.
Yes, and then you go Pikachu face when the public dislikes you. However, it's good to actually know the facts and to understand what actually took place.
See, the fact is irrelevant. Panama Man became a meme and a example of how people were just fucking sick of this. And not to mention, it was also a wonderful example of how fucking blind the protesters were. Here comes a man with a gun. And he's just like, no, get out of the way, fuck off, starts clearing your stuff. And on this day, you think to yourself, oh, I'm gonna try and stop this armed man from clearing my dumbass protests. And when the first guy gets shot, the second guy thinks, I think I'm going to stop this armed man who shot the first guy.
Like, don't get me wrong, like, what he did is a crime, but, like, what you want to do is you call the cops, right? You do not go and challenge the guy with the gun, because, again, like, he may be a crazy person, but as you pointed out, yeah, like, the first guy goes in and waves a flag in his face, right? And at that point, he may even have an argument and say, well, I thought he was going to stab me with a flagpole.
Self-defense, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, he was just, again, the picture that went around the world of him when he shot that guy, it's just, again, it's a horrible thing, it's a crime, no doubt about it. He doesn't care. He wasn't angry, you know, he wasn't shouting, he wasn't pissed off, he was just like, no, move, bang.
Yes. And the thing is, like, he didn't actually want to kill people when you look at it, because if he actually wanted to kill people, he would have just done it with his car, right? And there are moments where he literally puts the gun down and is just talking normally. What does happen is that there's this guy with the flag, goes into his face, waving the flag. Makes absolutely no fucking sense. He gets shot, and then, as you pointed out, other people go to him, and it's like, do these people have no sense of self-preservation?
Presumably not. Well, I'm presuming they're suffering from woman syndrome. Woman syndrome is a thing that happens in war zones, where the women think that they're somehow protected from the bullets and the hand grenades, etc., and are willing to just walk up to soldiers and try to berate them openly in the streets, expecting nothing to happen. This is,
actually,
not how reality works.
Like the interesting thing is, I lived in a very dangerous neighborhood where you had people from all walks of life, and whenever I would go with a woman, like, and it was usually women, like men, they knew how to behave, but women, they at least the ones that I went with, didn't fare very well. So you would have like a couple of smart asses, you know, like a couple of like low level thugs, gangsters, and they would mouth at you, right? And the correct thing to do is to just walk on, because even if it's like one guy and you can take him, there's usually like 5 more that will come up. And when I was with the guy, like they do, they just. But when I was with a woman, she would stop and give sass back to the guy, and I was like, woman, I understand that you think I'm John Rambo, but I can take 1 or 2. I can't take 5. Fuck are you doing? Like, can you take 5? And she's like, well, no. It's like, then why are you mouthing at them? And it's exactly what you said. It's the war zone thing, where like they believe that they're immune to violence. It makes no sense.
Woman syndrome. It's a tragic thing, but
is that an actually thing though? Is it actually called like that?
Nope, but I'm calling it that.
I see.
Because it's a very descriptive term.
It is.
It's a very, very simple,
what you mean, yeah.
very descriptive term. The Real Holster says, sent to a Streamlab, and yeah, it's called consensual non-consent. Ah, let me guess, that was the Holziner toy. I can't spell my own name, Holzner. Bad. Thank you. He also says, I'm also surprised that leftists would argue that point. Almost all kinksters and leftists and CNC is a very popular mode of expression. Well, because they kink good, you're kink bad.
Shit.
Very simple. Alex Adamson says, you mean Zimmerite paste? Zimmerite paste. What the fuck is this referencing to? Talked about Zimmerite paste, did he? Maybe. Ah, yes, that thing, yes. That and just camouflage stuff in general. The Americans had shit camouflage, and they also tried to make their own version of the magnetic repellent paint, and they just fucking failed. So they were very interested in getting as many German scientists on site as possible to help them make better stuff. Now, magnetic mines didn't turn out to be all of that big of a problem later on, but, you know, they didn't know that. Marksman 117B says Tex is doing a 40k D&D podcast called Manistratum Mundanus, which is basically a dysfunctional cop show and fun to listen to. Always blame ratlings. That's true. They're usually thieves. Dean Donner 25 says, I heard a joke about two German soldiers towards the end of World War II. One was an optimist and learning English. The other was pessimist and studying Russian. Yep. To be fair, a relatively low number of German POWs died in Russian POW camps, so, you know, there's that. Why You Hatin' says, unfortunately, spanking your kids these days will get you charged with child abuse, when spanking needs to be mandatory. Yep, well, that just means that your child isn't afraid enough of you. You don't even need to hit them, but a child needs to be afraid of their parents. You are doing your child a disservice if they are not scared shitless of the words, I'll tell your father.
It's difficult to argue against that, but yeah.
Yep, it's very difficult to argue against that. Sandoom says, beat V with the stick of silence. Dev, continue. Oh. V has lost an argument to Dev. How do you feel?
Which argument?
The, you shouldn't be an asshole in public argument.
Oh yeah, but that was me being a smartass. In order to promote your stream art. See, like if everyone agrees on everything, and everything goes smoothly, it's a boring stream. You need to have drama, you need to have spice. It is true, and you know.
The Hillian Juggalo says, new rule, remake only games whose IPs are in the grave, or cult hits that never got sequels. Do dead stuff, like Mercenaries, Army Men, etc. Yeah, I can see the argument for that. Sacrifice. Sacrifice needs a remake, even if I have to make it my fucking self.
See, this is what you can do. You like a game, no one makes it, you do the remake.
Dean Dublin 25 says, Arch, I think mostly The Last of Us 2 sales were pre-orders. Maybe, but it still did pretty well. Otherwise, they wouldn't be remaking it already. So John says, the response to perpetually offended people, just reply with, I am not a male feminist, so I don't rape women or little girls. That behavior comes from your side of the aisle. Alex Jones game. That's true. That is actually correct. Mr. Twisted Frenzy says, I think Tom Holland would be the youngest superhero that we have that the left likes. Tom Holland. Let me see. Who's Tom Holland? Tom Holland.
He did Spider-Man, I think.
Yeah, I was about to say, the Spider-Man guy. I mean, he hasn't done bad, but I don't think he would... He fits... He does a very good Peter Parker, because he looks like Peter Parker. But I don't think I would use him as an action hero. That, I don't think would work. Yeah, no, definitely not. As the bottom of a gay porn movie, maybe, but that's about it.
Well, now that Dev is back, I can take my leave.
Hello?
So,
Hello?
Wait, you have to leave, V?
yeah, it's 2 a.m.
No, it's fine. Keep going.
No.
Let me at least finish eating first.
Arch.
Yeah, let him finish eating first.
The man that... No.
Real Wholesome says, I don't entirely agree with your take on Ark. Well, consider yourself banned. They've changed several things in a sentence. Wild tameable baby dinos for one. Also overhauled building a bit. Not that it makes it okay, but still. Okay, well, fair enough. They have allowed you to tame babies. And, I mean, that is a good thing. But still. Alfred says, V, safe horny was invented by I'm presuming, chubby elf fetishist who is very much not part of the internet puritans.
I don't know, but why the fuck do I need to use these words? Anyway, no, seriously, I really need to go. So thank you for having me. and we'll see you again on Dungeons and Dragons.
Ah, indeed.
It feels good to be back, finally. And there goes V.
The Hillian Juggalo says, on the topic of language, the grammatical use of they is only properly used in a third-person context. You only use it when the person you are talking about is not around. Therefore, mind control. Dev is currently being mind controlled. We need to discuss your interview with Brianna Wu at some point. I need to berate you for that.
No, just do it right now. It's fine.
My pastry's almost unthawed, V. Dev, whoever the fuck you are. I don't have time now.
Are you eating just like I am?
Yeah, but this is going to be like my second meal of the day instead of your fifth.
Hold on, give me a second.
We need, unironically, we need to have like a proper debate on rehabilitating the lefty crazies at some point, because I'm thoroughly against it. In fact, I think it's just a goddamn psyop, but... I don't know.
So here's the thing about Brianna Wu. It's very simple, right? She is not capable of changing my mind on anything. And that's not me being impolite. It's just that I know where my positions are. I know what my morals are. They're pretty well founded at this point. So I don't view myself as moving too much politically from my current position. So she can't change me. And she certainly can't change my audience. And I don't think anyone will view her, especially considering, because you watch at least part of it, Arch, considering what she said in that interview, I don't think anybody who's not on the left will view her as having changed that much.
Sure, but
she is simply more polite than she was 10 years ago, which I can appreciate, because yeah. I can sit down in a room with somebody who I disagree with, and as long as they're polite, we can have a conversation. The issue was that she was not polite 10 years ago, and now she is.
That's the problem. That's what the losing side does. And I don't think we should, not recompense, reform, God, I've forgotten the English word now.
Reform?
Reform.
Rehabilitate?
Rehabilitate, yes, that's the one. Rehabilitate these people. I think they should actually be left outside in the darkness with the wolves.
Well, do you think that I have rehabilitated her?
I think you're trying to. And I think you are the bridge that is going to be used.
I don't think so.
I make a prediction right now. Over the next few years, you are going to be approached by several of the feminists. You're probably going to, at some point, Anita Sarkeesian is going to knock on your door. You know why? Because you're viewed as the most communist of all of us. And that's approachable.
But here's the thing. I'm really not from their point of view. Like, okay, that stream that I mentioned earlier,
from their point of view,
I mentioned earlier, where I debated that feminist. All right, she openly called me a fascist on that stream.
Yeah, but
and I was as far right as you could possibly go. These people don't view me as the moderate bridge.
Yes, but she's not smart. Like, that's the thing. Brianna Wu is probably smart, or at the very least wily. Because she knows the tide is changing, and I think that's the reason why she's more polite, as you call it. Because I think she views you as a relatively moderate bridge over to the side that is currently in the ascendance. And she can't change all of her positions at once, because that will be far too revealing. Instead, she is slowly but surely going to become more radical, shall we say, changing her point of view, until, after a while, she'll be sitting there like, yep, no, I'm on this side now. This seems to be the good side.
Well, if it is the good side, then she should change to it, shouldn't she?
No, outside with the wolves. Let's see who comes home pregnant.
So, okay, hold on. Here's the thing, right? So she watches all of my videos. And she's told me that I'm one of the only smart right wingers out there, which I know is funny considering you call me a communist. But from her point of view, I'm a right winger. And here's the thing: I've also convinced her on a whole bunch of things, being, in her words, one of the only smart right wingers out there.
Yes.
So if that
because she's naturalizing to our side, Dev, it's like I fucking told you.
Okay. But if I actually am convincing her, that's a good thing.
But she's... Dev, Jesus Christ. That's exactly it. That is precisely the point. That's exactly what I said. She views you as the middle of the road, the fence sitter, so to say, as the decently approachable communist, and she'll go up to you and she'll be like, Dev, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. I like you, Dev. Dev, you can convince me on these points. I'll slowly become one of you. And then she'll be on our side. She will have been successfully naturalized.
Okay, but if she actually is, what's the problem?
I don't like her.
Well, that sucks. But that's not part of the conversation.
No, it is. Because when she was the one holding the gun, it was bang. And I don't want that on my side. I don't think they deserve rehabilitation. I think they deserve to be the losers of this culture war.
Here, let me put it this way. All right, everyone can be redeemed.
I don't know about that.
I think people can definitely change their views and adopt better views, genuinely in good faith, not faking it as some sort of psyop, not just playing to someone's ego. People can genuinely change.
Sure.
And if it's the case, so here's the thing: if it's the case that she hasn't changed, I don't think she's going to get anything out of me because I'm not going to change to agree with her. Especially like if hold on, if there are things that I don't agree with her on now, I'm not going to agree with her on those things in 5 years. I don't think, right? And she's not going to get at my audience either. So I don't see the problem here.
I don't think she's going to change your mind. You're far too set in your communist ways, of course. But once she's accepted into the good graces of the prevailing movement again, she will then be getting a platform directed towards that movement. Now, will she convince your audience? Maybe not. Will she convince many people? Maybe not. But she is nevertheless a disingenuous actor, in my presumption. Again, you could be right. She could be genuinely thinking that this is a good turn of events, maybe. And I don't think she should be afforded that platform. Because I've come along to the left-wing position on this. I've come along to the idea that there are people that simply should be denied a public speaker. Because when they, in my opinion, when the left was given the opportunity to eradicate their opposition, they could not wait to pull the trigger. They pulled the trigger as hard and as many times as they could. Thank God they missed. And I don't want them to get a second shot. And I have grown to understand Stalin's ideas of occasionally culling the numbers of enemies a little bit.
So here's the thing, right? Like Brianna Wu is definitely quite far left in terms of American politics, but she's not a socialist. And I think that was a lot of social democrats are kind of going through this, right? They've been going through it now for the past couple of years, where they've realized that they have put themselves in the same camp with a lot of genuine crazy people in the socialists. Because a lot of the stock Dems, they still want capitalism, they still want private property, they want high taxes and social services, but they don't want any sort of collective ownership. They don't want any of that socialist nonsense, right? And they realized, oh shit, we're now, in our opposition to Trump, we were blind, and now we're all in a camp with a bunch of genuinely insane fucking Stalinists, all right? And a lot of them are now coming to this realization, including Brianna Wu. So you know what? If that is the beginning of a political awakening, I think it should be fostered.
Well, I would simply then sit on the other side of the fence and go, well, it appears you have made your bed. It is now time to get metaphorically fucked in it.
Well, that's the thing, is that she did get metaphorically fucked in it, and now she's like, okay, I get it. I've paid my penance. Let me out. It's like, okay,
you think I believe that penance can ever be paid? No, I have, unironically, I have fully adopted this position. Like, if your enemy wishes to destroy you, you destroy them. The left has convinced me of this. It took them many years, but it has convinced me.
I mean, I get what you mean. However, if a former enemy comes to me and says, I've learned my lesson, I'm like, okay, all right.
Exactly, sure. And this is why you'll be the bridge.
The point is that they're former enemies, Arch. Former.
Dev, in 3 or 4 years, we're going to be sitting here, and I'm going to look at you, and you're going to feel the fucking smugness of my smile through the fucking monitor. And I will ask you one question, Dev. So, yes. What did I say?
So hold on. So if it turns out
you'll
that
be
down
sitting
the line,
there with the Brianna Wu-shaped dagger in your back.
Well, how could she possibly backstab me, though? she has none of my secrets. She can't do anything to me. She can't ruin my YouTube career. She can't touch anything IRL. Like Brianna Wu can't actually hurt me.
No,
So I'm
not now.
It's okay.
Not now. And hell, she might never be able to hurt you. But it will be the disassociation. At some point, they'll be like, well, I used to hang out with Dev, and I thought he was normal, but because of his position or this, she might not be able to hurt you. She's simply going to throw you under the term, under the bus for something or other. You're going to say something, and when I and V were like, what about the Pika-Me thing? You were a bit dumb there, but we're still friends. She's going to be, Dev, burn in hell, you insensitive cuckold. And I will sit here and smile.
Well, that might be the case, but that's why, you and V and Sargon and everyone else in the super secret chat, we're all genuine friends. And I wouldn't put Brianna Wu on the same level as you guys.
Oh, is it because she's a woman, Dev?
Oh God, there's a couple spicy ways to answer that question, Arch.
Well, the answer is yes, of course.
Is it?
And it's a super secret conspiracy chat, Dev. Give it its full name.
The super secret conspiracy chat? Yeah.
But I'm telling you, I think you are being used as a useful tool. And
maybe I am. But it was an enjoyable conversation for me, and I would do it again.
I will not disassociate with you even when you are proven hideously wrong.
I might be. Who knows, right? Who knows? Oh, by the way, speaking of... Oh, yes, someone just super chatted, Arch has many knife wounds in the back. Here's the thing. I have some knife wounds in my back, too. In fact, Arch and I share a couple of the exact same knife wounds from the same person, all right? So I understand your point, Arch. But the thing is because I conduct myself in private the exact same way that I do in public, like there's no secret about me that if it got out, I would be destroyed. You know what I mean? I don't fear these things.
I get your argument, but I also think that what you say, even if it's entirely normal, etc., can change so radically over time that it can become a cancelable event over time. Like what is and is not publicly acceptable 1 year to another can change so radically that even if you have never done anything that you think is objectionable, it can become objectionable. And if you have allied yourself with someone who seems to indeed turn their cape in accordance to the prevailing winds, they will throw you under the bus first before they can be thrown under it themselves. Because that was the entire thing about the racist joke stuff. Like, my biggest cancelling event was for racist jokes. And I was cancelled by people I know to have made racist jokes. I was cancelled by people who I know had racist jokes in their bios, who still have, etc. Because this is how traitorous little fucking shits work.
I know what you mean. Artemis says $2. Are you sure about that? Yes, I am sure about that. My conduct, even if you disagree with my politics, my conduct online has been quite clean. Well, I am not afraid.
Get digging.
I'm not. I'm not afraid of things getting out about me.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Bring it to me first so I can vet it, of course.
I mean, here's the thing. Like leftoids have tried that. They tried that with the whole like trans chaser thing, and I'm just like, yeah. So
yeah, but
what?
that's because that's acceptable now. Like that is, in fact, some might even go like based. But let's say, okay. 15 years in the future, we have gone full right wing, okay? We are full Bible thumping, like, people are branded with a little cross on their forehead every morning they go to school, right? Then that emerges. And then, even if you're like, yeah, I stand by that, society might still turn you into red paste.
Maybe so, but I'm still not going to lie about it. I'm not going to back down from that. Nope, that's who I am. That's how I am.
Service
and that will be an admirable stance on the red stain on the side of the road.
Yep. Well, somebody's got to do it. It might as well be me.
We actually do need to have like a wider, proper discussion on this at some point, because I think there is something cool to be... Well, we've already kind of talked about it, but I think it's a fascinating idea. As we are going to see a lot more leftists try to rehabilitate themselves. That will be the opportunity for a larger discussion on the topic. Because right now there's only like one or two. There's going to be a lot more. Again, I'll wait until Anita ends up in your fucking mailbox. Then we'll talk.
Here's the thing. I don't think Anita knows who I am. I don't think most people know who I am. I'm still like a small YouTuber.
You
right?
will become
I'm
known
pretty
as
unknown.
the bridge. I tell you
so?
now. I tell you. This is my prophecy, Dev.
Mm-hmm.
Dev the bridge.
The reason that Brianna knows who I am is because she was recommended my videos from somebody, and she basically binge watched my entire channel, and I changed her mind on a bunch of things. Even though like the policies she wants in place, like a universal healthcare system for America or things like that, those policies didn't change, but how she views the philosophy behind certain ideas that changed, and I think that's more important, frankly. Like how you think is a very important part of this.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, Arnos Fowl of $5. Dev had treated me very funnily before he realized who I was. I still remember how he talked about me. What do you mean, Artemis? What are you fucking talking about?
Shit.
Yep. Communicate
Is this when I said that?
Of course.
Is this when I said that you were like a crazy right winger?
Oh, he is a crazy right winger. He's Artemis.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay,
Spawn Freak says a virtual rapist. Maybe. Griefers who should be banned all to hell? Yes. Yes. Notto Daycrawler says, V, is Marvel being fratty and out of touch? Love you guys, by the way. Thank you very much. Well, I'm not V, but Marvel, is it being fratty and out of touch? Yes. It is very much so. They have no idea what's going on.
Oh, someone in the chat, says Dev does not realize how many knives in the back that he's had. No, I realized it. It's just that most of them didn't do much damage. A lot of people have come for me and have like leaked the DM, and it's like, oh yeah, that's what I said. It's like no secret here. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like there's been a lot of failed backstabbings of me over the years.
CJON902 says, leave the prairies out of your Ontario nonsense, Dev. Also, V, get a second monitor and a new mic.
Actually, Arch, I wanted to show you this here.
Right.
I'll give you the map here. Okay. Here, Arch. So, you see on the west side of the map, and there's Toronto, and then maybe in the middle of the map, there's Montreal. All right, so that corridor between those two cities is Canada's most densely populated area. It's filled with a whole bunch of cities. They're all very left-leaning. It's the majority of our economic and social and cultural output. Lots of political power resides in this area. It's basically our area. It's basically our like Boston to Washington D.C. corridor. You know what I mean?
No. I'm Norwegian, Dev.
Wait, did the map even post? What the fuck? Do you see it?
Yeah, I managed to get it.
Okay, yeah. So it's the small area of Canada where basically all of the economic and political power is held, and the rest of Canada is just ruled over from this one location. And lots of people who don't live here are kind of bitter about it, especially Vancouver, because even though Vancouver is also very lefty, it has different views on a lot of things. And they don't like being ruled over by this distant power center when they have their own up and coming economy and their own up and coming political views. So Canada is more fractured than it looks like from the outside.
Good.
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
Notto Daycrawl says, also, Dev, Skullgirls video when? I'm interested.
Okay. I've had like 4 or 5 videos that are around 3/4 completed, and then my ADD causes me to drop them and move on. And Skullgirls is one of them. It's still sitting there on my desktop. I will get to it. It's one of the ones on the short list for sure.
Next to the truckers and the Twitter documents.
Artemis, another $2. Don't worry, I can be trusted with knives and backs. Here's the thing, Artemis. We've played some games together at this point, Artemis. We've had a few debates, and it's always been like, even when we disagree, it's never been dirty. I don't know why. I don't get Artemis's deal. So, sometimes he acts like I should treat him as my mortal enemy, and it's like, why would I do that?
He's a small furry woodland creature. Aggressively bites you. That is Artemis. Alfred says, talking about Western isekai, Bröderna Löväter is still the best. It is, and one fuck of a terrible ending, too. Like, okay, so this is a Swedish folktale about two brothers who get isekai'd, and it's a world of swords and magic, and there's this giant dragon called Katla. And eventually, because the Katla is controlled by the evil people in black, who are evil because they're evil, and they want to impose taxes upon the people of the town. And eventually they defeat the big evil dragon and all of the people in black. And it's like, wow, god damn it, they did it, they won. And then it un-isekais itself and it kind of goes back to the real world, and it's a house on fire. The brothers suffocated on smoke and burned to death. So the entire isekai was a dying dream.
That's what a lot of isekais are, aren't they?
Nope. All isekais are real.
Well, I mean, when it's the truck that brings you to the other world, it has to be a dying dream, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's different. The truck magically transports you. This has been explained in canon. There's a manga about Truck-kun.
Okay. Here's the thing, like, the whole isekai genre is basically just people wishing they could restart their life and do things the right way.
Oh, bad and being blatantly overpowered.
Yeah, but, like, you can do this in real life to an extent. Like, just move to another city, and you're not, like, restarting your whole life, but you can definitely do some things differently, right? Like, you can make new friends, get a new job, change your surroundings. Like, you don't have to be stuck where you are. Just... Sure. Most people, they don't want to put in the effort to do it.
But how much magic and how many big-titted elves are likely to be in the next city?
I don't... Okay. I can have a fulfilling life without magic or big-titted elves, as fun as those things would be.
Well, yet another reason why we don't agree with Dev much on this server. Don PTXX says, not only is Omni-Man's line character with how he starts in the comics, that's basically what Shao Kahn did to Sindel originally. I'm tired of turrets. Yes. I mean, the Outworld invaders. I'm pretty sure the entire point of the Mortal Kombat tournament is that if you lose, they get to invade your world or something and enslave you. And most of the Mortal Kombat combatants at this point are previous enslaved fighters. I mean, hell, I don't know much about Mortal Kombat either, so I could be completely off my rocker, but I think that was the story. Paul Demick says, hey people, hey people, and Dev. Oh, not even people anymore. Hey. Barely even human. Samai, oh goddammit, don't scroll YouTube.
Someone asks, was Peach's vibrator still in it? Okay, what he's talking about is, in Mario RPG, if you went to Peach's room in the castle before you recruited Peach into your party, you could find her vibrator, and like her maid chastises you for snooping around. It's still there, yes.
Well, that's nice.
They don't call it vibrator, they call it like toy or something, but it's still there.
Oh, toy.
It's a kid's game, and it's very innocent. If you're a kid playing this, it's going to look very innocent. But as soon as Mario grabs Peach's toy and then the nurse runs over and panics and says, put that back, you know exactly what it is. And the joke is still there. It's still intact.
That is nice. Samuel527 says, did you hear about the bait and switch with the new Scott Pilgrim show? People, except for film critics and slop enjoyers, are pissed. I have not. Let me guess. The hero isn't the hero?
Okay. So, you know what Scott Pilgrim is, though, right?
Nope.
Are you serious? Really?
Yep, never heard of it.
Really?
Yep.
I don't fucking believe you. Like, no, I can't believe this, Arch. Scott Pilgrim was the beginning of all the shit that we're currently going through in media.
Wow, that sounds like something I would like to ignore in that case.
Like, here, look at this. This is the first issue of it, okay? Scott Pilgrim's Precious Little Life.
Yeah, that looks like something I would have very little interest in.
Yeah, and you finally got a movie, I think in 2010 or 2011. There was a live action movie that was the peak of the Scott Pilgrim phase. It ushered in it's what made hipsters popular, first of all. back in the late 2000s, early 2010s. It's what made hipsters popular, and it was also the beginning of the current phase of woke media. That Scott Pilgrim was when the doors really opened to all the representation stuff. That Negative XP song, Scott Pilgrim ruined an entire generation of women. Like, it's based on the female lead in this story, right? And it also is, it's kind of the beginning of like the millennial meta narrative, where everything is always a satire or a deconstruction, or it's like a meta story where you're outside the story looking in, like all of that pretentious fucking bullshit that everyone hates. All right, we got stuff like Steven Universe because of Scott Pilgrim, right? We got stuff like Goodbye Volcano High because of Scott Pilgrim. Scott Pilgrim was the seed that everything woke, at least in animation and partially in movies, bloomed from. It all bloomed from Scott Pilgrim. And there was a Netflix show that was remaking the original comic using the the actors from the movie were, now that they've aged out of the roles, because it's about teenagers, but the voice actors from the movie, they're now playing the characters in the Netflix animated series. However, Scott Pilgrim, the Netflix show, pulled the bait and switch, where I haven't seen it yet, so this is all just secondhand knowledge, but it's all over Twitter right now. They kill off Scott Pilgrim, the character, in the first episode, and they make the entire show about Ramona.
And I take it that wasn't supposed to happen?
That is not how the show goes at all.
Who's Ramona?
All. Ramona's the girl.
The
girl beside him.
Pink-haired girl?
Yeah, the pink hair.
You are making me extraordinarily pleased that I have no fucking clue what this is, because this sounds like something I'm very glad I have just avoided completely.
Oh, it's so fucking cancerous, dude. This is the original woke property from back in the day. But here's what's interesting though, is that the Scott Pilgrim, the original Scott Pilgrim, as it was initially constituted, the way that the story went and the relationship between Scott and then the Seven X's and Ramona and Knives and all the characters, the way that it was originally built up, it was a woke show. And it was also the blueprint by which other regular shows were subverted and made woke. And now now we have the snake eating its own tail, because it's come back to do the formula that Scott Pilgrim created has now come back on Scott Pilgrim, where the main character has been written out of his own show, even though that was the first woke show. So watching this happen to Scott Pilgrim, it's actually kind of poetic, because it really does symbolize like the beginning and then the end of this era in media.
With the character who created it being written out of existence by it. Yeah, I can appreciate that.
Yeah. So now that this is what's happening, I might have to actually talk about Scott Pilgrim a bit on my channel. Or maybe you have to, Arch, since you cover this sort of thing. Maybe it's time, you know what? Maybe it's time for us to start watching this stuff.
Wow, you're going to have to pay me a lot. That sounds like an expensive show.
I already pay you in free appearances on the ArchCast, so we're good.
I don't know about that. Don't worry, chat here. I'll give you some live action My Little Pony to watch instead.
Oh, and yeah. Is it Sinuev1? He says in the chat, to Scott Pilgrim's credit, the Scott Pilgrim video game on the 360 was actually very good. It was made by the same guys that made that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles reboot. And same guys. It's a side-scrolling beat 'em up. It's very well done. It's a very good game. It's considered one of the best multiplayer games of the 360 era. But it's the only good thing to come out of the property. Everything else is garbage.
Huh. Well, again, I am just pleased I avoided this, I guess.
I'm actually surprised, considering how much, like woke media you cover on your channel, I'm surprised you've never heard of Scott Pilgrim.
I'm very glad I haven't.
Like the Scott Pilgrimification of things was a phrase in the early 2010s. Like, really? You haven't heard of this at all?
Nope.
Man. Okay. I mean, it is where it all began.
See, I rarely seek out media that I don't know something about, at least tangentially, and this was way after my time of watching cartoons, I guess.
Yeah, see, like here. Check out how the media is trying to spin it right now. Scott Pilgrim gets another life as an anime with some updates. Ramona especially. Yeah, so Scott dies and the show's about Ramona now. And the whole point of the show is that Ramona was kind of an unknowable character, because Scott really only learns about her by like talking to and fighting her exes. She literally is the manic pixie dream girl. But now the show's just all about her.
See, I gotta say, Dev, you know what the worst part about wokeism, the worst part? It isn't the fact that they've ruined our entertainment, or video games, or movies, or Star Wars, or Marvel, or cape shit, or anything like that, or infiltrated our video games, or turned men gay. None of that. It's the fact that they've turned hot chicks with pink hair into warning symbols. Why the fuck did this have to happen? Why the fuck did this have to happen?
Yep. It's not Suicide Girls anymore. That's long gone. It's over. There's a scene in the news show where two girls make out, and they're desperately trying to make it sexual, and it just isn't. It's just kind of weird and like perfunctory.
I miss the days when lesbianism was hot instead of just a political, warning bell again.
Yep. Oh, also, Arch, I want to show you this here. They also tried really hard with Scott Pilgrim to ruin Nintendo. They almost succeeded for a little bit there.
Okay, I'll say this. Just, I had known nothing about this property, but just seeing that picture instantly made me feel a little bit of vomit in the back of my throat, just like a natural acid reflex.
Yep. There was late 2000s, the idea that hipsters hated modern games and only played old school Nintendo. That was taken from the nerds and given to the hipsters because of Scott Pilgrim.
It's disgusting. We need to return to the days of cute goth girls instead of this crap.
Yep.
Awful. What a terrible.
So chat, we're watching it, right? Chat, donate here. If you wanna donate money with like hashtag Arch Pilgrim if you want Arch to watch the show. Okay, let's go, Arch Pilgrim, guys.
Okay, let me put on some fucking My Little Pony for the little shits to distract them. There we go. Here, Buttercup or whatever this one's name is drinking some yellow goo. Where was I? Margaret Shame says, what Disney needs to do with Star Wars is make Baby Jar Jar. Yes.
Baby Jar Jar.
Unironically, start out with Baby Jar Jar and have him be corrupted and go full Darth Jar Jar storyline. That's what you need to do. Full Darth Jar Jar storyline. That's what you need. Anonymous Fowl says, how about... No. Don't even fucking try to speak Icelandic to me. I will hurt you. But that's he recommended that actor from Game of Thrones, the one that has the dumb name, because it's Icelandic.
Oh, is it with the red beard?
No. Icelandic. I think he's the world's strongest man or something. He's fucking enormous. He was the guy who played the Mountain.
Oh yeah. Could he? Maybe he could.
Hannibal? Nah. I don't think he works Hannibal, because Hannibal wasn't big. Like, he was intimidating. More in like honestly, Joaquin Phoenix would have done amazing as him if it was 30 years ago, Because Hannibal should feel and look like an unsheathed blade. He should look unsafe, is what he should look like. Unnerving.
Right.
Just making him to an enormous fucking man mountain is not good enough.
Oh my god, the Arch Pilgrim money is rolling in.
No.
Keep it coming, guys. You gotta overpower Arch to watch Scott Pilgrim. Arch Pilgrim again. There's 3 of them. There's 3 super chats so far.
There's also a kick dev, which might outnumber all of them.
Oh god, hold on. I want you to pull this up, Arch. Oh. Here.
Heresy's the question.
So here's the creators of Scott Pilgrim nowadays, right? They looked back when they first published it, they looked more normal. I feel like whatever cultural forces that they unleashed with their artwork has come back around and consumed them as well.
They certainly don't look normal anymore. They look very like predators, like most of their kind.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Terrible. We'll go back to Pinkie Pie. Because I know how much Chad likes My Little Pony.
Arch will watch Z-Slop and he will like it.
Sadwings Raging says, every normal man must be tempted at times to spit on his hands, hoist the black flag, and begin slitting throats. H.L. Mencken, hoist the black flag. That would be nice. A little bit of undue violence, but still. TZ Rock says, message received, I'll stop procrastinating and get to writing. Good. Nicholas Van Neel, sure that feminist wasn't a paid shill for psychiatrists. If every woman with a grape fetish needs to see, that's going to be a lot of women. Yes, most women do indeed have a little bit of a grape fetish. But they don't imagine it to be in some dark alley or anything. They imagine the scenario from Shades of Grey more so than anything. American Outlier says, hey Arch and gang, hope all is well. You are right about getting your foot in the door while higher-ups are incompetent. Hopefully my manga is able to make it working on the body pillow. To make it, punctuation mark, working on the body pillows. We'll send you sketches of their designs. Thank you. You've got to send me the manga when it's done, dude. I hope it's good. I think it's good. I pray it's good.
I do want to point out real quick, since I should have pointed this out when we were talking about Scott Pilgrim, just real quick, okay? The TLDR of the show is that for Scott to date Ramona, he has to battle her 7 evil exes, right? Okay.
So she's a slut too.
Well, here's the thing. The reason that it was 7 evil exes is because to have 7 exes at the age of 23 or whatever her age was, that was considered a comically large number of exes by the time you're 23 in the late 2000s. That is considered like a very small number nowadays, which is, oh god. I mean, it's kind of disheartening once you look at it through that lens, because man, like 23-year-old girls nowadays have dozens of exes. It seems.
Fire is the answer.
How? Like 7 exes at 23? Like that's a lot. Like, because you gotta date someone for a while, right? Like, there's only like a few years in that where you could be romantically active. Maybe I'm being naive here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that she was the story has her doing stuff as a young teenager.
Like at 23, I had 2 relationships. Like 7 feels like I couldn't fit the time in, but oh well. And now there's dozens. Like that can't be possible. How the fuck?
Heresy's
Logistically, how the fuck?
Fire is the answer.
By 23, I had 3 real relationships and a couple of hookups, and that was it.
Yeah, but hookups don't count.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. What the fuck? Lord Cummins Martin says, I finally remembered what I wanted to ask. Did you ever offer Kirsche to join Sargon? If he doesn't mind another player in Crusader, I would love to hear Sargon when you about anime women. Sargon made it very clear that we were only playing with friends and family, which Dev is family, in the Crusader campaign. No outsiders, no normies, no weirdos. Arno's Fowl says, reminder, Arch. Dev wants me, of all people, to talk with Brian Awu because he thinks we will have a lot to talk about. This definitely make Dev look better. This will definitely make... See, I think you would have a lot to talk about because I think you both might be turning your... I don't know. Actually, I'm hoping Artemis has left.
Oh, why?
Because he... I don't know. I'm worried about the idea of Scott Pilgrim around Artemis.
How come?
I suddenly had a little bit of a pang of dread there.
Oh, Artemis might donate a whole bunch of money to make you do it.
I hope not. I really don't want to watch this. Like, see, okay, Arch is pretty easy to peer pressure. I am already low-key considering it because somebody donated $50, and to me that's like, but now I kind of have to. I really don't fucking want to. Arch hopes there won't be too many people.
Should I? What happens if I DM Artemis? What happens then?
You wouldn't.
I wouldn't?
No. Boycott Warmer Plus, correct, says, Dev, get in my van. I have food and Nintendo games.
I have lost.
Put Dev.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna go fire up my pre-roll timer thing. BRB.
Do you have to leave your fucking play? Dev, can't you just do that with your computer? No. Apparently, no. Oh, because he, like, records in his fucking living room or something weird. He's weird.
Yeah.
He's just weird.
Yeah, the couch setup is a different computer on the other side of the house because I need a big room for that.
Just like have like a network connection to it.
I'm lazy. I'm just gonna. It takes me just a bit to walk over there and come back. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, a bit is a lot. Anonymous Fowl says, Dev, how do you redeem a convicted serial pedophile? Well, see, a pedophile is redeemable. More so than a leftist. Because he's at least has an excuse. He's mentally ill. The leftist, however, is not ill. The leftist is malicious. There's a difference between the two. I will draw a stark line between them. I will defend a pedophile before I defend a leftist. Okay, I was maybe going a little bit far. I'll add in some qualifying markers there later on, but in essence, fuck you, Artemis. Piece of fucking shit. Why don't the blue screens happen when I need them? Oh, I really don't want to, though. Fuck, okay. How long is this fucking thing? How long? God help me. Oh, God, the live-action movie looks... Oh, fucking Christ. Oh, fucking K then. Fucking Scott fucking Pilgrim. Chat, you're gonna be watching My Little Pony movies after this. I'm gonna find some way to fucking hurt you back for this. Next, we're canceling the next horror game. We're playing a fucking My Little Pony fan game instead. I'll make you fucking
I see a very
suffer
big
through
Artemis. Oh, I just came back to see $300 from Artemis Fowl for Scott Pilgrim. Hold on a second. Wait. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Naomi?
What?
Naomi?
What?
How long is the Scott Pilgrim comic? Is it about accurate to the movie? Okay. Does Arch have to read the entire comic too?
Yeah.
She says yes. You have to.
Okay, well, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it properly. So that'll be the comic, the movie, and the Netflix show. Because if we're gonna do this, it'll be done properly. God damn it.
Yeah, because the comic I think went for like 6 or 7 years and has a very extensive storyline, and they mashed it down into one movie and lost some of the nuance. So you gotta get all that shit.
They lost some of the nuance. Oh, fucking no.
You gotta get all that shit.
It's awful.
Okay, guys, I actually didn't ping Artemis this time. It wasn't me. Nope. I think somebody else did, or like, nope, I didn't do it this time.
If
I did, I would have said so.
I don't know if I did, I would have said so.
If I did, I would have said so.
Yeah.
Also, Artemis, you got to send me a couple of those dollars as well on my stream, just for the help, okay?
All right, chat. We're playing Pocket Ponies after this.
Do you want me in on this, Arch, or is it going to be like you and Kibbs again?
Oh, fuck. I'm okay. I'm not going to hurt an actual friend with this. You started this. This is your fucking pony show now, Dev.
I have lost. Well, do you want to do like Arch, Kibbs, Lilith, Dev watch party like the old days, or are we doing something like how do you feel about it? What do you want to do?
I think this is just you and me, Dev. I wouldn't inflict this on other people. I'm not you. I don't contact other people to force people to do shit.
I didn't do that this time. I promise. If I had, I would have like evilly laughed and like taken it. I would have said yes, I did. No, I didn't do that this time. Artemis did it himself.
I believe you, Dev.
Oh, you want to ask Mahler to join us? Hey, Mahler, do you want to go back and watch Scott Pilgrim? Oh my God.
Where was I? Artemis Fowl. Dev is like the pro-vax side that did horrible things to people who didn't want the shot, who now want to have forgiveness for both sides. Yes, Dev. You're on the side of the eugenicists. You're on the side who gave people cancer, Dev. That's you.
Am I?
You killed people, Dev.
So, why? How?
We're going there. No holds fucking barred. In fact, Dev, you're on the side of the people who demonetized Sargon. I'm gonna fucking rat on you too.
Wait, hold on. It wasn't them though.
We'll see about that.
It was. Hold on. I don't know how much is public. I don't know what we can talk about here, Arch.
Good. That'll give you no ammunition to defend yourself. Doman says Arch has many knives in his back. He does. Sir John says Woo's real name is John Walker Flint. I don't even know if that's true. How can you trust a nab who doesn't use his real name?
There is like an extensive Kiwi Farms thread on Brianna Wu.
Is Brianna Wu
Heresy
trans?
is the question. Fire is the answer.
Oh, there you go. Artemis Fowl says, are you sure about that? And Dev had treated me very fondly before he realized who I was. I still remember how he talked about me. That's true. Dev was a very bad person.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Mean he was.
Actually, hold on. I have the perfect fan here. Dave, come over here for a minute.
Oh, fuck me.
Dave. Guys, this is my editor, Dave. Dave, so you loved Scott Pilgrim early when you were younger, right?
I liked it when I was like 25, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, how accurate is the movie to the comics?
Mostly accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because Arch, with possibly some of my help, got a giant fat donation to get into the Scott Pilgrim lore.
Oh God.
in the face of the new Netflix show.
Oh.
So does he have to read the comic, or can you just watch the movie?
Here's the thing: the comic has a lot more. There's a lot more story beats, and there's more character depth. I also learned by rereading the comics that the characters are bigger assholes than they were in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like far bigger assholes. There's a lot more cheating and partying and just being.
I know you love it, Dave. I know that you're a Scott Pilgrim Giga fan.
Reread, as in I reread and didn't like it.
Okay, you remember being at Beefy's house and you were just gushing over the movie?
I remember being at a friend's place and talking about it. Yes.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Dave is my go-to on anything Scott Pilgrim related, to be honest.
Well, I did read the books and watch the movie, so I mean.
Well, Arch got a big donation, and if I get a big donation too, I might join him. So, open your wallets, guys.
So you can watch. Like, just do a fan watch of Scott Pilgrim. It takes off.
Dev, you got me into this.
Go get ready, okay? I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah.
All right.
Dev's going to join.
So, I guess you can probably skip the comic then, Arch, if you want to be spared. Only do the movie.
I mean, the movie looks almost worse. I'd rather skip the movie.
that was my editor, Dave, guy. He co-hosts with me on my stream sometimes.
Fire is the answer.
And I know some of you guys are Dev fans, so you know who he is. But in case you're not,
Arch does nothing by halves. Arch did a fucking MLP lore video on April's Fools. I had to study fucking My Little Pony lore for that.
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
Okay, so I guess you have 7 years of comics worth to read, and a movie, and a Netflix show, probably a game to play.
A game? Fuck that shit.
There's also a few. The game's pretty good, and there's also a few like interesting like memes you could probably get into as well about Scott Pilgrim.
A few interesting memes too over the years.
Yeah, I can give you all of it, Arch, if you want.
Well, you're gonna have to start by giving me access to the fucking books or a site that hosts them. Reigning Terror says, the Red Woman is really trying to let the people who started the culture war into the gate and believe they changed. Subversion is in her blood, Commie. I agree. Okay, we talked about Operation Paperclip. That's Dev right now. Yeah, would you like to come to America? We shall build rockets together.
Listen, I am unsubvertible. Don't worry.
I don't know. You used to be a communist.
Used to be is the key word.
Exactly. That's my point. You've been subverted.
Now, to be honest, I've been thinking about it. I don't know if you want yet another sidetrack. I've been thinking about it. There's people who have personality types who I think they're like fundamentally liberal at heart, but they see the current problems with like the current era of liberalism. They want, let's say, the poor to be more taken care of or something like that, or there to be a healthcare service. And so they radicalize, but like they're not really, their heart's not really in any sort of serious collectivization of property or any kind of authoritarian government. It's more that like they perceive extremes, whether or not those extremes actually exist. They perceive them, and then they're kind of pushed into these camps. But then after the pressure is alleviated, they kind of drift away, right? And then you have the dyed-in-the-wool authoritarians, and those are the ones that shift between socialism and fascism quite easily, right? And if anything, I was one of those people who like went down a dark path for a bit and realized it and went back.
And so Dev justifies his existence.
Yes.
CJ902 says, why does V not want my advice? It is because he's a silly willy. I don't know how he lives with one screen. Like, that's just weird. Will Spain says, I was watching a Razorfist stream of Super Mario RPG. Some of the words and jokes were censored, but it's mostly intact. Game Goblin says, thanks for the stream. Question, Dev. Do you see Canada's provinces splitting from Ontario? Quebec does not seem like the only one wanting to leave.
I mean, everyone talks about it, but I think it's less likely than America splitting up at this point, right? So there's something that, if you look at Canada's economy, each Canadian province trades with America more than any other Canadian province. And that's for all of them, right? So Canada is like this decentralized group of provinces that exist through trade with the United States. It's like a bunch of city-states that are all just prosperous due to their location close to America, right? It's, in that sense, it's not really like a real country, because a lot of our culture is just American culture. A lot of our politics, with a few notable exceptions, are just American politics, right? So this idea that Canada is going to cease to exist, like, it only really half exists anyway, in terms of like something that people identify as and feel some sort of affinity towards. But at the same time, I don't see us breaking up, because it is a very pragmatic union of with some shared cultural values, and it's one of those things where it's like Canada has no reason to exist, but it also has no reason to stop existing, and people here are generally peaceful, they're orderly, they like the status quo, so Canada will continue on as it is, barring any major upheaval, because we're just cool with it. There's nothing more than that.
Well, I hope all of you American nations break up. It would help the world tremendously.
Would it? Why?
Because Europe would be the superpower again, and we could determine stuff, boss you around. Artemis Fowl says, why would I want to restart my life? I already am successful. Outside of early Bitcoin adoption or lottery numbers, no point. Then again, early Bitcoin adoption would be nice. But I would like to isekai more because it would give me the magical power to summon boats and meet big-titted adventurers. Which is rare in this world. Giga can't say that word on YouTube says, you might come to a point in life when you are forced to stab someone in the back in self-defense, like poor innocent warlord Scarsnake did. That's true. And God help me, I will stab Dev first. Insane
Wait, what
hippie.
did I do?
Oh,
I didn't do anything at all.
You're sanitizing the left. In self-defense, I'm going to have to attack you. Dev realizes
what's actually really kind of funny and wholesome about our community is that even the attacks aren't really attacks. Like, V made that video about me, and there was some false stuff in it, but, like, it wasn't a real attack. His audience took it as an attack, but, like, it wasn't. And we talked about it. Like, things are actually just okay. It's kind of strange. Not many internet communities operate like ours, you know?
That is true.
A lot of them are actually filled with, like clout sharks and clout chasers and people who are actually backstabbing constantly, and none of us seem to do that.
Insane Hippie Sane says the Chronicles of Narnia is technically an isekai since they all died in a train hit by a bomb in the Blitz, if I recall correctly. Jesus. Yeah, we actually do have a fair few Western isekais. The one with the giant fluffy sausage dog. The Never-Ending Story, I think. That's an isekai. The Chronicles of Narnia, that's an isekai. Brother and Löwhjärta, that's an isekai. We've actually got quite a few isekais here in the West. But ours were tasteful and cool, and only had beautiful princesses instead of big-titted wenches.
Literally Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, that's true, but that was made primarily because somebody wanted to have sex with a kid, so let's not go too far deep into Alice. WTF 1A1 begins #Arch. Dev, you just a few seconds ago, I think you asked me, what have I done to you? Well, Dev, what have you done to me, Dev? What have you done?
Arch Pilgrim.
Noah R. donates $50. Thank you very much, sir. Just fucking...
Does he say Arch Pilgrim in the donation?
Yes, he does. Adam Unfriended, also #Arch Pilgrim. I like people to suffer.
You're getting paid for it, right?
Dev.
I have lost.
Yeah? Some things are worse than money.
Oh, Miss Sparkles. Isekai is a genre where the hero is in the real world and then wakes up in a magical world. And has to live a different life now. It's a pretty common genre of storytelling.
Well, it wasn't, but since the Japanese picked it up, it has become the single most common piece of storytelling.
Well, what's funny is like the isekai trend in anime is what, 6 or 7 years old at this point. But if you go back 30 years, there were isekai anime back then too. It just wasn't as popular. It's become a meme recently, but it's always been a thing. It's
mostly because the isekais got very popular, and it was viewed as a relatively easy way to make something popular, which it kind of was and it kind of isn't. Like, there are a lot of isekais who are basically identical, a lot of them, who basically have the same story with basically the same characters and basically the same general beats of events, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what I will give the Japanese a lot of credit for is they also go completely off the fucking wall with their isekai. Like, I was reborn as a vending machine. And you're like, okay, that's so fucking retarded, I have to read it. Or, I was born with the ability to summon boats. That's stupid too. Please tell me more.
Yeah. A lot of them, they seem to be reborn inside of a video game. Which honestly, like, back in the height of, like, the RPG fanfic era, like 1998 or something, lots of people just wrote that as their fanfic, where they're like,
yes,
they just reborn inside of a video game. You know, it's pretty common.
Yeah, absolutely. But like the isekai major genre of today, it's gotten very wide to the point where half of the stuff on the market is isekais of one shape or another now. But they're still managing to do a little bit of originality in it. The Japanese are actually, I give them a lot of praise for this. They managed to take something that is often a very tried and tested and in many cases kind of boring setting, and they do little twists on it, and those twists in turn can get very popular themselves. A subgenre of isekai is that do you know like bishoujo games like VN for girls?
Yep.
Well, there was a part there where they wanted to be reborn as the female protagonist, right? The cute princess who would marry the prince and all that. But then somebody was like, okay, but what if you're reborn as the villainess, the evil antagonist character, and then you turned them into like the protagonist by being a good person, etc. And that became an enormous subgenre, particularly in Korea, which is fucking flooded with manhwas like that.
Yeah. Oh, and also just pornography. Isekai porn is so common now, where like the Japanese high school student who lives a boring, shitty life is reborn, and now he has like 18 elves to fuck.
Yep.
It's ridiculously common. Yeah.
See, some of those can be funny too. There's a little manga recommendation. This is... I'll post it there, actually. This is a short Twitter joke manga about being reborn in a parallel world, so isekai, where the male population is 1 to 39 females. And the joke is that the guy doesn't understand that he has a harem. He in fact thinks of everything like his old world, and all of the women around him are desperate to gang rape him, and he's just like, wow, this is such a strange and friendly world. I don't understand.
Service guarantees citizenship.
So the one that I'm enjoying right now is literally called "I'm in Love with the Villainess." Have you heard of that one?
I need to just...
Yeah, I'll give you this.
Let's look it up, sure. Because I think...
Yep. So it's...
No, I haven't read this one. I'll read it, though.
It is... It's one of those girls' games, right? Where you play as a girl with, 3 male suitors. However, there's also like a female rival who also wants to get with the suitor that you choose, right? So a player of the game is reborn inside the game, but she's a lesbian, and she would rather date the rival than any of the 3 guys.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple like that.
Yeah. So I've been that's the current thing that I've been reading, and it's actually quite good.
I believe you. I actually really love some of the villainess mangas, because they too can get very, very formulaic, but usually the better ones have this one little twist that makes them interesting. Because I totally get people get sick of isekai, because a lot of them are just the same fucking isekai again and again and again.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and I will straight up say, lesbianism, even trans or gender bendy stuff, still doesn't have the same political connotations in Japanese that it does in America. So you can still enjoy all that shit, and it's still a lot of fun.
Yes, Japanese lesbianism, Yuri, is completely different from our modern day Western lesbianism.
Yep, and Japanese cross-dressing, dick girls, still very different from like the political trans stuff that's happening over here. So
yes, that is true. How did we get onto this topic?
Of
dick girls.
I think it was, you go back through isekais. Someone asked what isekai was. I think it's Scott Pilgrim related.
Oh. And then Dev was like, dick girl.
Hold on. You brought up the Yuri, Arch.
Yes, and then you went like, yeah, dick girl.
That's one step away.
I don't know about that, Dev.
Arch, how many Yuri fantasy shows have you seen, especially if they're hentais, where one of them uses magic to grow a dick? Come on.
Not that many, honestly. Like, what?
Is it more than 0?
Bible Black?
You and I both know that it's more than 0.
More than 0, sure, but it's still a bit of a leap. The Real Hosen says, I have many progressive friends, all of whom say that the narratives around the Marvel is that it's crap, not a peep about sexism. Well, then you have at least some intelligent people around you. Good. These Flat Desk Pepsi says, peg Dev. Do peg Dev.
No, I refuse.
Marksman Fun 17B says, hashtag Alex Jones game. Do it, Arch. I feel like that's dangerous. But, yeah, I'll consider it. Black 1917 says, Hail Arch Christ, our Lord and Savior, and hi, Dev.
Hi. You know, it's time for me to go. I think it's time. I'll see you next week, Arch.
All right, see ya.
Bye. Enjoy Scott Pilgrim.
Our Dorman says, Arch Pilgrim with Kibbs. I don't think I can convince him. Hey, Card, you want to read a dumb comic book with me? Fuck no. That sounds very homosexual. I don't know about that. fucking know about that. I can probably trick him into watching the movie, maybe. Yeah, I might be able to trick him into doing that. Dean Domino25 says, Dev, you should make Arch watch the movie first so he has an idea of how the story was supposed to go. Hashtag ArchPilgrim. Black1917 says, hi, Haltonator. And McQuile11, Scott Pilgrim lore video now, or at least movie review, and 1 episode of gameplay through. Entertain me, Norwegian monkey. Fuck, Scott Pilgrim game, okay. Game. The world game. Okay, well, I mean, at least that doesn't look offensive, I guess. It looks like a stupid-ass little side-scroller thingy. God, I really don't like that fucking art style, though. There is something clearly wrong with it. And after Dev told me about it, now I know there's even more wrong with it. Joke's on you, maybe I'll like it. Artemis Fowl donates $300. Fuck you very much, Artemis. God damn it. Okay, well, I'll fucking go and pirate. No, can't say that on YouTube more afterwards, see if I can look him up. Michael11 also says, also, Pinkie Pie is overrated. Applejack is wholesome. Alright, let me look for Applejack hentai then. Put that up on screen for you. You can blame McWild11 for that. Damn, there's not enough. There's a surprising lack of Applejack hentai on Google, as it turns out. Good enough. So on the Lich says, what happened, Barchi? You said that you liked NTR. Now you can play Scott Pilgrim or Will Smith Simulator on stream. Oh. He gets cocked, does he? Okay, well, that makes it better. That certainly makes it better. That means I might actually enjoy it. McCall11 says, Scott Pilgrim in Watch Together with Mauler and EFAP. Well, if I can't get Kyle on, I'll get that. Black917 says, Arch, did you see that Ziegler has been dropped by every studio that had contracted her, and her agent and manager are preparing to sue them? I did hear something about that, but after the rumors that it was she was being dropped from Snow White turned out to be incorrect, I'm going to wait a little bit until there's some more information on it, but I mean, to be fair, she didn't do... Well, yeah, no, she did do something wrong. She decided to actively attack the fans and be like, I don't actually like the thing I'm making, but that was probably more of a Disney studio fuck-up, widely. Ziegler herself has dropped the race card and blamed toxic fans to justify it. Well, I hope it was the toxic fans. That would give us all something to cheer about. A victory, I think, in fact. McWild11 says, or do a collab with Sargon on Scott Pilgrim. Jesus Christ, you want me to hurt Sargon for this? Poor Sargaruni. McWild11 also says, the movie is not cancer bad. Comics comes later. Artemis Fowl says, funny, Dev went from it wasn't me to I may have possibly contributed to our suffering in a very short amount of time. He did do that. I don't believe Dev. He's like, I would totally take credit if I did it. I don't think so, Dev. I think you did do this. Samuel527 says, what the heck? How is Scott Pilgrim broke? Well, I'm about to find out, I guess. Why you hating? Says, keep up the good work, Arch. I'm going to Green Bay, Wisconsin tomorrow for football to watch grown men crash into one another as they battle over a ball.
Service guarantees citizenship.
As long as it's women and not women's... women. Actually, as long as it's men and not women's football. Because as entertaining as women football sound, and it looked really good, okay? What was the, What was the thing? Because originally... here we go, yes. There we are. This is what I told women's football was going to be looking like, and it was all lies. It didn't look like this at all. Like this was a complete and utter fabrication of presumably the mainstream media, and I object to it quite heavily. Lord Commodus Martin says, according to Wikipedia, there are 6 volumes of Scott Pilgrim. If you read like an adult, you should be able to read 6 manga-length comics in a day. Yeah, I mean, 6 volumes doesn't sound that bad, honestly. Kraus says, Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu assalam. Brother Arch, I will pray to Allah for your guidance through the torture the tools of the kafir are putting you through. Thank you. Calling Dev a kafir. That would be a good thing.
I have lost. Shit.
Marksman 117B says, Arch, did you see Lord Miles' interview? Question mark. Mad lad. I did not. No. I take it he got out okay then. Well,
Service guarantees citizenship.
he has an interesting life. He's going to make a good autobiography, no doubt. Charlie says, Dev is el homo, but deserves love too. Little pig stick, eh? Hashtag Arch Pilgrim. Like 917, there are way too many Kirito clones. That is true as well. Dean Domino 25 says Dev isn't Operation Paperclip. He's more the people who took in the scholars of the Frankfurt School. Those commies have a subversive instinct. They do. The entire school is based on it. Boog says rarity is best pony. All right, rarity MLP. Oh, is that the SJW one? I think it is. She was a very special little pony. Here you go, chat. Courtesy of Boog. You get to watch more pony shit. Name pending says, before Japan, isekai became super popular in Russia. It's called Popadanci out there, and it's usually about going back and time and making Russia strong. It is as dumb as it sounds. To be fair, the Japanese do that as well. What was the Gate manga? Let's see here. Can I find a good picture of it? Gate. Well, that's of the anime. The anime wasn't great, in my opinion, but the manga's pretty fun, even though it gets boring after a while. The manga is all about Japan strong, Japanese military, best in world, as it fights savages that use swords and bows and shit to wage war against them. And the worst part is, the Japanese are like, look, we're flying an F-4 Phantom. What an amazing machine. Like, wow, Cold War trash. I see. Don't mock our surplus equipment. Look at our Humvees. And ironically, the Japanese fucking self-defense force is worse equipped than the Norwegian one, God help me. Still, it's a pretty funny manga. I do recommend it. There's also a brilliant line in Gate. What was it? There was like a Japanese politician who was thinking about like, oh God, we can't let the Chinese get access to the gate. Oh Jesus, do you know what they do to people? Like they conduct like genocide and shit against the Uyghurs. Wow. Thank God we the Japanese have never done anything like that. And I'm like, I don't know about that, Japan. Are you sure? Now, we, the Japanese, would never commit war crimes. Oof. Unthinkable. The Japanese are like 5 years of nationalism away from making the Germans blush again. Oh, help me. Black917 says, hi, Boog. And Boog says, hi, Black. Have you read Reborn as an NTR Scumbag? Black says, no, I haven't. And says, have you read Fixed Damage? Yes. Have you read Riso no Himo? That one I actually have read. Riso no Himo Seikatsu?
I have
that one's actually okay. I actually quite enjoy that one. Sandoob says, no, Derpy is best pony, cause redacted R word. Derpy is best pony. God help me. Is there
citizenship.
Derpy MLP? Is there such a pony? There is such a pony. God help me. Okay, well. To be fair, that does look adorable in a I'm severely brain damaged kind of way. God help me. All right. Was that all? No, I haven't checked Streamlabs. All right, okay, nothing there. Good. I'm happy that this was. Oh no. There we go. Oh Jesus, that one got forgotten about. Spiky 1996, 4 hours ago. I'm sorry. Says, going on with the bad role models, any thoughts about American youth seeing Osama bin Laden as the new Che Guevara? Well, controversial take. If we manage to reduce one of the biggest and, let's face it, most successful Islamic terrorist leaders that history has so far seen, with the exception of, the Ottomans, I guess, to a marketing brand of scarves or something equally humiliating, I don't know if I mind. Because Che Guevara was like the West must fall, communism now. We turned his ass into a fucking scarf that people wear without the faintest clue as to what that scarf means or stands for. We have annihilated every atom of his legacy and turned him into an overpriced piece of brand merchandise. That is how capitalism destroys its enemies. And if we could do that to Osama, I'm not necessarily against it. In fact, I consider myself to be wholly pro that position. Boog says, Derpy is funny. Not best pony, though. Rarity's best. Goddamn, they're discussing fucking ponies now. Marksman Fun 17B says, Lord Miles was interviewed by Dankula and was sold mining rights for gold by the Taliban. They also made him an honorary mujahideen. Well, I mean, mining gold in Afghanistan, limited competition, might work out. Alex Adamson says, to be fair, Gay was written by an ultra-nationalist who actually was in the JSDF, Japanese Self-Defense Force. So it's not all that surprising. Yes, I did hear that he was a very, very hardcore Japanese nationalist, and hey, in this day and age, more fun to him, more power to him was what I was trying to say. But I do think that was a very funny sentence, like, the Japanese, they would never do anything terrible to, Chinese cities by the name of Nanking or anything. No, never. Marksman 117B says, the Russians told the Dali he was a spy. I mean, do we know that he wasn't?
Service guarantees citizenship.
The Real Holzlander says, I think V's character should be thrown in jail for causing a panic, saying chain lightning can wipe out an army. Also, no progressives should live. Well, living is okay, but I don't think we should sanitize them. I think that will be a tremendous mistake at the best of times, so. Right. And with that, we have reached the end. Thank you all very much for your super generous donations today. Thank you, Artemis, for your generous donation today. I appreciate it. Even if you could maybe have fucking slightly...
I have lost...
Okay. Arch is torn between Arch being the peer-pressured person and being, I don't want to read 6 volumes. God, I hope it's at least decently good. I hope the art is good.
Lost.
At least. Fucking heaven help me. But thank you, nevertheless. Always say thank you. And Black917 at the end says, I like a limestone pie. Limestone pie upon 3. Ignore that enormous bonk against your eardrums there, chat. It's my fidget toy, because Arch gets weird when he has to sit still for long periods of time. And starts swinging random pieces of stuff around or throwing coins around his room. He does do that. That's why occasionally there's loud noises. I'm not going to Google limestone black. I've had enough ponies for today. I'm tempted to go back to the Welcome to Alabama thing, because at least that one has good art. Thank you for watching. Until next time, have a good day, and we are going to raid into Dev now, talking about why communism is the only good and wholesome way to live in modern-day America. Good night.